See, I don't think we can do this waiver.
That's what we were just talking about.
Close out.
See, we didn't need to.
We read.
Say what?
I'm,
Figures,
Yeah,
as soon as
yeah.
you, as soon as you have a plan B in place, plan A works.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nick.
Live long and prosper.
there are agencies under state statute.
Good morning, everybody. It's now 6:43. We'll call the meeting into order.
That's it.
My name is Louis Joseph. I'll be chairing today since chair is not here today. I'm the new vice chair, so bear with me. Sorry for any mishaps, or I'll probably need some help from staff, so we'll need a roll call.
Yeah, Amy Levisik.
Here.
Rob Boron.
Present.
Bruce Cheney.
Here?
Rich McNeil.
Present.
Mike Delavecchia.
Here.
Stacy Susie.
Here.
Scott McWilliam.
Present.
Louis Joseph.
Here. And recording secretary, we need acceptance of the minutes.
No, you need to do this. You can either say that they're accepted, or you can do a
Oh, yeah, yeah.
roll call.
The meetings, sorry. The minutes from the last meeting's been accepted. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion, accept the minutes.
Second.
All in favor? Motion's been accepted. And let's see. And staff attendance today is,
Kathy Manisi.
Kathy Manisi.
all right, thank you. Let's see. So next we'll have a presentation by Public Works Director Wes Anderson. It's on the matter of sidewalks.
Okay, thank you for having me tonight, and we'll start off. Okay, this is the agenda for tonight. I'm gonna go over at the high level. If you wanna bring me back to have like a workshop or whatever and go through it in details, that's probably the simplest way, otherwise we'll be here for a long time. The key thing is, when we're looking at something like this, we need to make sure what we're doing is preventing organizational deaths by 1,000 cuts. We gotta look at the holistic picture. I'm gonna start off with recommendations first, and then I'm gonna explain why I came to those recommendations. Okay, so what we really need is a resourced, prioritized sidewalk master plan, and that's my terminology. That's not your master plan as you're doing. This is one that's really focused just on sidewalks in the city. And it's really considering where to handle it, or where to place them in regards to rural versus urban, and where can you have connecting sidewalks and where can you not. In the interim, you really need to consider about stopping the requirement for constructing isolated sidewalks and look at maybe putting that money into escrow, either for a specific corridor or for the city overall. Why do I say that? American Disability Act. That is the main driver in regards to sidewalks. You do not have to have sidewalks, but if you have them, they must meet ADA requirements. So the key thing on that are the 4 ones that I have highlighted in yellow. Sidewalks must be kept open at all times, to include being plowed in the winter. It doesn't say isolated sections versus extended, it says all sidewalks. Your cross slope can be no more than 2%. That's the slope as you're going down, so a person in a wheelchair doesn't tip too far, okay? Your longitudinal slope can't be more than 1 in 12 unless the terrain is such that your road is steep, then your sidewalk can match the slope of the road, okay? And you have to have a detectable difference between the sidewalk and the road. So I'll go into that in more detail in the following slides. Okay, some other construction standards that we have that have been promulgated over the last few years, based off the fact that pedestrians are safer crossing without a crosswalk if it's in a location where drivers don't expect crosswalks to be. So they've come up with some rules. You can't have any crosswalks that end in a driveway. It has to have a pedestrian protected zone on both sides of the road. If it's a mid-block crossing, you gotta have signs at the crosswalk saying there is a crosswalk here. And so you see it all the times, we're putting some rapid rectangular flashing beacons. You've seen it at Vista and other locations. There's also the pedestrian hybrid beacons that if you've driven in downtown Meredith, those are based off of speed limits and volume. And by going by a chart, it tells us which system that we have to have in which location. I wanted to show this in particular. This is one of those isolated sidewalk sections. You probably can't see it, but the picture on the left, if you look at it going all the way down, it ends in a driveway, period. There is no extension sidewalk on it. So how is a blind pedestrian supposed to determine if that sidewalk continues or doesn't continue? If you look to the right, that's that same sidewalk. You can see that little bump out in the foreground on the left picture. That doesn't have a safe landing area on the far side, so that's why it doesn't have a sidewalk, because we can't get it to meet ADA standards. Additionally, this crossing here, you can see how it's continuous coming in and leading to the road. That tells a blind pedestrian that it is safe to cross. There's no road there. So that is giving a false signal to the pedestrians that there is no road at that point. For this to be proper, you'd have to have a detectable warning plate here, a sidewalk, a crosswalk going across, another detectable warning plate on the other side to tell the pedestrian that he's now off the road, and a proper landing on the far side. Additionally, for a mid-block crossing, you have to have the proper signage and location for it. You can see these are two locations. One's the Naswa on the left, the other is Resort on the Bay. Both are on Weirs Boulevard, where the crossings end in driveways on both sides. They don't have signs, because if we put the signs up where they're supposed to be, they're going to interfere with the person's ability to use their driveways. So that's something that, as part of this process, we will have to resolve. We're already working with Resort on the Bay. They're going to move their crosswalk location, and we haven't got to Naswa yet. Other issues are associated with driveway openings. How is a blind pedestrian supposed to know, as he's coming across an 80 or 100-foot wide driveway, the difference between where the sidewalk is, where the road is, and where the driveway is? There's nothing here to tell that pedestrian, blind pedestrian through feel where if he's veering off into the road or if he's veering off into a driveway or parking lot. The other piece is the constructability concerns. Do we have sufficient right-of-way? Some places we do, some places we don't. There's a fallacy. The roads aren't necessarily in the center of the right-of-way. They could be off to one side, they could be in the center, they could be off to another, or they could vary as they go down. You'll see most of the problems will come at curves, but it's not necessarily true for all roads. You've got existing driveways that are steep already to begin with. You put a 2% cross slope on it, on the sidewalk coming across, you may make that driveway unusable. They'll bottom out all the time unless we chase it all the way back into the property. And even that may be a problem depending upon where their parking lots are and where their houses are in it. Are the adjacent slopes sufficient to support it, or are we gonna have to put retaining walls up? Or are we gonna have to move existing retaining walls because they put a retaining wall in to keep their ground from sliding in? Then you gotta look at adjacent structures and cemetery and drainage. And if you look at this area just to up or eat deeper into the picture, you can see there's a drainage ditch that comes down, dumps into a catch basin right at the intersection of the driveway. It's a steep slope coming in, going into Ships Ahoy, and that's not necessarily our steepest slope into a driveway. So those are all things that have to be done and considered part of it, and then associated with what is the concern of the residents, will we ever be able to construct a sidewalk through there? Other constructability concerns that you can see here, this is Province Road. You've now come up a steep hill with a curve. So you've got a sidewalk that comes close on the left side as you're looking into the picture. You don't have the ability, because you got a significant grade change to get into the driveways on the other house. So you've got to be on the left, but you come over it, you have a steep driveway or steep road going into Peters Court, then you got a house that's close to it further down. So these are all challenges that we may or may not be able to resolve, and it's things that impact whether we can build a connection of a sidewalk from one spot to another spot. Then you have to also look at the impact on the businesses. by putting in the protected zones on both sides, are we having a major impact on a business's ability to conduct business because we're taking away significant parking spaces or an entrance into their front property? Not probably directly related, but depending upon what cluster developments tend to do, you need to make sure driveways are sufficiently long enough and based off the size of the bedrooms that are in there. This is Baldwin Street and Merrimack Street. Merrimack's on the left, Baldwin's on the right. You can see what happens when you have a short driveway in the modern vehicles. They are blocking the sidewalk. Again, remember, you have to have 48 inches of sidewalk open at all times to meet ADA standards. And you can't go like this. You can have a gradual piece to it, but it has to be 48 inches so a wheelchair can easily pass by. And just to show you that this is not confined to one or two houses, if I did a 180, that's what it looks like on the next house up the hill. There's also the maintainability problem. We're a tax cap community. That means we have limited resources. Right now, I've got between 70 and 80 miles of public roads. I got 13 plows. From the time the storm ends, I finish in about 4 hours, getting it open. So it's not necessarily curb to curb, but it's safe and to operate on it. Sidewalk, I've got over 100 miles. I only got 5 routes that I can keep going. Typically, for the downtown Lakeport, you know, the main core of the city, 3 to 5 days after a storm ends, I'm at a position where I've got this area opened up that meets ADA standards. Then and only then do I consider going up to Weirs Beach to be able to open up, because they're the last priority, and I only do the section between Cumberland Farms to the fire station and Lakeside Avenue on the arcade side from basically Route 3 to approximately Foster. Majority of the isolated sidewalks are not plowed, because by the time I get done, I'm just about always going to start again for the next snowstorm. The other piece in maintainable is how do I get sidewalks to certain areas. My max speed on a sidewalk tractor is about 25 miles an hour. That's pushing it. I've got roads that I may have to go on that are 40 miles an hour or 50 miles an hour to get from one isolated section to another isolated section. For example, Turner Way is 7,800 feet from the closest sidewalk. It has sidewalks. It's a 50-mile-an-hour road. It's got drainage ditches on the side. The only way I can get a sidewalk tractor up there is put it on a piece of another equipment and haul it up there. So that's one we have never plowed because it is the only sidewalk, one side going around it. It's a no outlet. Really, the only drivers that go up there are the residents themselves. The Army and the military has a system, yes, I know, I saw that smile coming, of how we look at things. We call it DITLOMS, Doctrine, Training, Logistics, whatever, you know, that's a military acronym. Basically, we look at it holistically. If we have to do something, add something to it, we look at what manning do we need? Do we need more operators? Do we need more equipment? If we have more equipment, do we need more mechanics to service them? If we have more operators and more mechanics, do we need more supervisors to supervise those people? You got cost of additional equipment, by the way. What facilities are you gonna need? Are you gonna need more parking lot to do it in? Are you gonna need more covered storage? Are you gonna need a remote site to store it? And then you gotta consider the safety aspects of all of this piece. And it's not just public works. If you're adding more sidewalks to it, you have to keep it open at more time. You may have to add more policemen to enforce the fact that they're not parking on sidewalks. Additionally, you got the same issue as, you know, do you need more people in city staff to be able to support a larger organization? So considerations now that you need to consider is public or private streets. If it's a public street, is it city or state? Because we've got different rules, different ways of handling it. Is it rural or urban? Do we want one or both sides of the street? Constructability of connecting sidewalks, and what fiscal guidance that we have from the council. So getting back to my original recommendations, we really need a resource prioritized sidewalk master plan that says this is what we want to do conceptually in the city, where we want to build sidewalks, where do we want, you know, I'll say developers to put them in, or where do we want developers to give us the money so we can keep rolling down in I'll say a sequential step as we add So we're never having isolated sidewalks. The way to do it may be, instead of having it built, you create escrow funds, again, you know, for a corridor. It could, Endicott Street, east and north could be one corridor, so anybody builds in there, they put into the corridor fund. Or it could be anywhere in the city. Subject to your questions, that concludes the briefing. And again, I'm more than happy to come back and do a workshop type where we can go into much further detail.
So we won't do discussions today. We'll schedule another time for questions. Because you probably want to digest this a little bit.
Do we need to have a motion to continue the discussion to next month?
Yeah.
No, it's just a presentation.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
a presentation, it's not
Can
a
I
public
just ask
hearing,
Okay.
so a motion's not required. What we can do under the, when we get to the end of the meeting tonight, under new business, the board can discuss what the next step you would like to take with regard to this. If you want to schedule a workshop, a separate meeting from the regular meeting. The workshop could, you could actually have a workshop from 6 to 6:30 before the September meeting, or we could do it on a separate night if you think you'd need more than half an hour, but we can discuss that at the end of the meeting, since we're already kind of running behind schedule. Unless you wanted to do it now, I mean, it's up to all of you.
Up to the board.
One question, Wes, is where I'm from in Connecticut, the homeowner was responsible for the sidewalk in front of their property. Is that a possibility?
No, it isn't. There's a state law that allows cities to require the homeowners to do it, but the Supreme Court found it unconstitutional, but the law hasn't been changed, so we have no ability to require the property owner to maintain the sidewalks.
I also have a question, and I'm not sure it's for you, Wes, but more maybe for the board or maybe for you, Kathy. We have had the conversation before when we're contemplating whether or not to have the sidewalk or not. Do we have the ability to not put the sidewalk there, but to put the funds into an escrow, as he's mentioned here twice? Do we have that authority to have that money put into a different location for the sidewalk that they're not now responsible for putting in front of their property?
Is Wes back there?
Who?
Pardon?
Wes is right there.
Kirk.
Kirk, because I thought I saw him back there. I think that the city council would have to authorize that first so that there's actually a fund to deposit the monies into. But I will get together with Kirk and have an answer for the board at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Wes. So next is item 7. Well, there's no business before the board today. We'll continue with public hearings. For item 8, I'll have to recuse because I have a professional conflict of interest. And Secretary Devakya, you'll chair this one.
Okay. It's PL 2022-0114 SP, 13 Summer Street. They want to make a multifamily dwelling, an existing structure, and waive the impact fees. Are the people here for presentation?
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson and Board. My name is Tom Cochran, Executive Director of Laconia Housing. I have here Sonia Mashashik as well as Archie Keltz from Mashashik Turpin Architects. Property we are discussing is 13 Summer Street. Property was originally owned by Lakes Region Mental Health Corporation, a support service partner in the community who asked our agency we were interested in purchasing the property to continue to provide subsidized housing to its residents whose housing contract was transitioning. If the property was sold outside affordable housing industry, market rents would have been put in place, and the tenants would most likely have been displaced, where market development has taken over. We were able to work with the tenants, secure housing with that Housing Choice Voucher Program as a basis of the subsidy to renovate the building units, to issue the vouchers, one for each tenant. At Laconia Housing, our mission is to provide comprehensive housing, support services for people in need in order to promote and enhance a better way of life for the whole community. The agency is a quasi-governmental 501c1 entity that provides housing opportunities for nearly 1,500 area residents and families, including the elderly, disabled, working families in Laconia and the Lakes region. The organization, which is under nonprofit status, is overseen by a board of commissioners who's appointed by the city manager. Laconia is the city manager. We utilize federal government programs. Laconia Housing offers subsidized housing through 10 properties they own and manage partnerships, and administers 409 subsidized housing vouchers in the Laconia area. Currently, the agency provides affordable housing to area residents who have an average annual income for efficiency to one-bedroom units of $15,000, as well as for 2- and 3-bedroom units of $23,000. The unit tenant, how that works is essentially the unit tenant provides 30% of their income toward rent utility, and the federal government provides a difference, which is the fair market rent, which is below the high market rents experienced today. Market rents in the city for a one-bedroom unit currently is around $1,400 plus utilities. The fair market rent for Belknap County is roughly $350 less, including utilities. Our agency manages to operate with the assistance of federal and state programs to support low-income housing tenants, housing for the city of Laconia and the Lakes region. We also provide support services utilizing its home health agency, Medicaid, New Hampshire's Choice for Independence program for low-income tenants to remain independent. Nearly a third of our 160 tenants and counting can stay independent in our 3 service properties, thus saving the state nursing home costs, but more importantly, providing our tenants the extended quality of time to remain independent in the community setting. I'll get back to the reference to 13 Summer. The Zoning Board of Adjustment provided, last time we met with the ZBA, maximum rental unit density approval. The board approved the variance, converting 6 units to 8-unit building. And also, the board approved off-street parking minimum requirement to allow 1 parking space per unit. Sonia Mashashik is going to review through the technical review committee at 13 Summer notes at this time. Afterwards, I'd like to just respond back to the impact fee and why we consider a waiver to be in line. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Mashashik, and I'm with Mashashik Turpin, PLLC. We're architects here in Laconia. So we actually came first to technical review back in December of 2022. It took us a little bit of time to actually obtain a survey for the property and work through the logistics of trying to facilitate what was actually there due to snow and timing of the surveyor. So we have finally been able to go to the zoning board. As Tom noted, we have received a density variance and a variance for parking in terms of the quantity of spaces on the site. So there is 1 parking space per rental unit for the new density. That was granted just last month. The way the project works out is we are actually not doing any renovations to the footprint or the volume of the building. All of our renovations are within. So there was also a little bit of discussion because on the tax card it had it listed as 6 units being converted to 8. That's what we were actually talking about with the zoning board. But through kind of discussions and things, it was actually determined that the building is 7 units being converted to 8. There was 1 efficiency unit that wasn't being counted initially. The number of bedrooms in the building itself, as it exists right now, there are 11 bedrooms, and in our renovation, we will still have 11 bedrooms. We're going from 7 units to 8 units, and we went through all of that with the zoning board, showing them size of unit and configuration. What's happening in the building right now, just to give you a little background, is there's a communal sort of space, and that space is shared by 3 bedrooms. So it's like a 3-bedroom unit. But the way things work out for the housing authority, it's very difficult to find 3 people that want to share a kitchen and living space and dining space. So that's the whole approach as to why to change this building from the 7 to the 8. It also works with their financial subsidy for individual units. So I'm going to leave that. If you need more clarification on that, we can certainly come back to it. But I'm going to kind of start with the site plan here. So Mr. Bailey from Bailey Associates worked up the plan for us. We have also no change in the amount of paved area. Currently, it is not delineated with any sort of striping, but we will have the property striped so that the 8 spaces will be delineated. There's no change to the width of the driveway. There's no change to the lighting that is on the exterior of the building. There are some porches that have some downlighting within the porch structure shining down, and then there are some motion censored sort of security lighting around the building. Those are also focused down. The trash, when we initially started the discussion, we didn't have our trash receptacles yet, but those are working just fine at the property, and there's no change to those as well. So that's kind of a brief rundown of what we're actually looking to do. The conversion is 100% inside the building of moving walls. We did receive some review comments back from technical review on making sure that the septic and water lines were all addressed. Those are things that we will address during construction, and we will apply for all plumbing permits and anything that was noted within the technical review. I will turn the discussion back to Tom so he can talk on impact fees.
Is there questions before that?
Well, if I might, I would interject that I was made aware today that quasi-governmental agencies cannot be assessed an impact fee. So unless somebody else on the board has a concern, I think we're obligated to provide a waiver of the impact fees. Save you making a pitch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I had the motion all written out.
Okay.
That would be to the maximum 60%?
No, that's
100%.
100%.
Thank you.
Okay?
So they don't actually need a request waiver for it?
No, they don't.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you.
You just got that clarification today.
Yes.
Apologies.
Thank you. That's fine, thank you. Clarification is great, thank you.
So then I guess the discussion pertains to the plan as it exists and any sort of discussion from a site plan review standpoint. Is that correct?
If I may ask a question,
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
go
it's
ahead,
okay,
Scott.
yeah. So, Sonia, looking at the plan here, units H and unit E, I think it is, E and H, those are the only 2 that are impacted here. All the others are gonna remain the same, including the 2nd floor. Just clarify that for me.
That is correct. The 2nd floor, no impact. Unit D, C, and B on the side here all remain the same. And then the conversion happens on this side. This was the efficiency unit. This was kind of the shared bedroom and communal, and this was their living room, kitchen, and bathroom area. And on the next, actually it's on the separate board, Archie, so that we could show them side by side. Actually, let's pull that up so they can see the change. We tried to color code these to assist. So as you can see, the green, the orange, and the lime sort of color, or yellow, those remain the same in each plan. unit G, here's the efficiency. It doesn't have a bedroom currently, and it gets a bedroom here. So taking the bedroom from the sort of lavender area, and then creating a separate unit here, and then here. So this is a one-bedroom, and a new one-bedroom here as well.
Thank you.
Is that clear?
Yes, thank you.
Do you guys have any dumpster space on the property?
No, they totally rely on the public, trash and waste management.
We're comfortable with the four that are provided to us at this point, and with our maintenance team in and out of there as appropriate. We're at the property.
Okay.
We're working with the city on that, that's fine.
Is that, consistent with other proproperties that you have,
Uh,
such as
yeah,
395 South?
395, when that one gets up and running, it will be fine, but our maintenance director really felt that was enough for that. If we need to go with a dumpster, we will, but with the activity for the units right now, we've got enough with working with the city.
I do think it's his question, however.
We do have a space. Thank you.
Could you identify
Thank
a space?
Thank you. Okay. Where could we put a dumpster?
We could put one in this space if it's kind of a pull-in parking space, they're slanted. I think we could maybe,
As well.
yeah, there are a few entrances kind of in this courtyard area. On the wall of the building that is facing away from the street, that could be a good location. There's just utilities around there that don't take up much space.
And that's also where they have the current, recycling containers stored. So the footprint of 4 recycling and 4 trash is actually pretty large.
If I may. Staff brought up a question about signage. Is there any plans for any external signage?
At this time, there is no sign that, like a placard or anything, it'll just be individual unit signs as they exist currently, so that the police and fire know what the units are called.
Very good. Any other questions from the board?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Did you, I thought I heard you say that the parking spots would be lined. Are they currently not lined?
That is correct.
And there will be, is the parking all included in there, or are you including street parking?
No, there are 8 spaces that are
Located in that-
designated
okay.
By the requirements of the city ordinance in terms of their size on the property
Property itself.
itself. Nothing
Okay,
is
Perfect,
is
so
street
one for
parking.
each one. Gotcha.
And currently, there is really one tenant there that actually uses parking spaces. That was part of our discussion at the zoning board, is they have one tenant currently that has a vehicle, and approximately, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, but approximately 30% of the tenants that receive these vouchers actually have cars, just because of their income status.
Okay.
They rely on public transportation, walking, and,
Volunteers and the like, and where the vicinity of the property works out fairly well with where it is.
Okay, got you.
Level of income is, as I said, $15,000 on average for the one-bedroom voucher, which is indicative of maintaining a vehicle and the like. It kind of goes consistent with what the tenant, is able to, sustain.
Okay.
Very good. You folks can have a seat for a moment. And are there any members of the public that'd like to speak for or against this request? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just had a question. Did I hear you correctly that Lakes Region Mental Health is selling you this property?
It was sold.
Could
Sir,
you
if you
come up to the
address the
microphone,
board,
please?
please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just had a question about, Lakes Region Mental Health sold them the property
Name
that
and
they're
address.
developing. Yeah.
Name and address.
Oh, Mike Little, 16 Charles Street. And I'm here for, because there's a development that's currently being proposed on Bay Street that is being proposed by Lakes Region Community Development. I'm wondering why they would sell one property to go into another one, especially for the same type of demographic.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Anybody else would like to speak about this property? So I'll bring it to the board for discussion.
We'll close the public hearing.
Oh, we'll close the public hearing at 7:18. And discussion amongst the board. I was on the zoning board of adjustment last week when these people were here, and it seems like a good plan. I don't see any issues with it. Anybody else?
Did the zoning board not have any concern over the parking or the density?
No, it's because, like Tom was explaining, out of there, they have 165 units in Laconia, and only 30% of them use cars. And I can see that continuing with this property. I don't see parking to be an issue.
Okay.
Once again, I would support the application. I think this type of housing is needed. Low-income housing / workforce housing, desperate need in the city, so I would certainly support this application.
Thank you, Scott. Since you're in support,
Concerning the dumpster, do we have an answer yet on what's required after they reach a certain unit size, of whether it is required under the ordinance from DPW to have a dumpster or not?
There was, looking at the TRC comments,
Because I thought there was something that was
Solid waste,
brought
no.
up.
Wes is here, he can, Wes is here, he can respond to that.
thank you, Mr. Anderson.
There is no requirement in the ordinance for residential to have a dumpster. But the maximum number of cans they can get is 4.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought I read something about the dumpster when we were switching to the new garbage system.
I thought there was something that.
Sorry.
No need to be.
Nope, that's
I'll
fine.
go ahead and make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Scott.
I'd like to move that the board approve application PL 2022-0114 SP for the purpose of converting a 7-unit apartment building to an 8-unit building with all the applicable zoning variances that have been pre-approved by the ZBA. The application fills a need in the city for low-income and workforce housing, and therefore, I believe it should be approved.
And the waiver for the impact fee.
No, there
Yes,
is-
that could be a
there's no
separate
waiver.
motion?
No, we don't need to do it.
Don't
No
need a
need.
waiver.
Just to
Don't
make it
need to do
official?
it.
No? Okay.
No need.
Very good. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Rich. Is there any more discussion amongst the board? All those in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous. Build it and they will come. Thanks for the warning, Louis.
I thought you were told.
Assume
All right,
Okay.
let's see.
This, 55 Bay Street is 8.2.
Yep. Next on the agenda, item 8.2, PL 2023-0091 SP 0092 CUP, 17 Bay Street, proposal to construct 12 efficiency apartments with association parking and utilities. Is there,
Mr. Chairman,
Wait, Louis,
if I could,
8.2 is 55 Bay Street. It's for
No,
the boat.
no, there's a new agenda.
Why am I the last to know?
No, you're not the last to know.
Here.
I think they're requesting a continuance
It's
until
been updated
July.
3 times, and
kidding.
Does anybody else need a copy?
Requesting a continuance
I'll get by.
to September 5th.
I'll read his.
Okay.
She did that on purpose.
It's a moving target all the
Yeah, I'm
time.
sure.
Mr. Chairman, with regard to the application for 13 Summer Street, we did get a request from the applicant to continue the application to the September 5th meeting. They.
13 Summer
This
Street?
is the
This is Bay
17th.
Street,
Bay
right?
Street,
17 Bay.
I'm sorry, Bay Street.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They're planning to go to the ZBA later this month to request a variance for parking for their alternative parking location.
All right.
Can I ask a question about that? If the alternative parking location is granted to them, what does that do to the parking requirements for the building that they're in?
Well, they're bringing it into, under performance zoning, and the performance zoning allows for alternative parking location. They would have to, as I recall, they're proposing 6 parking spaces on site and
Yep.
another 6 spaces at an alternative location. And those spaces would have to be, there would have to be an easement
Right.
to continue the use of that parking for that specific building.
But what impact would it have on the building where the alternate parking spaces? Its parking requirements?
Well, that's one of the things that the ZBA is gonna have to take into consideration. The parking for a commercial use, an office, I should say a non-residential use, is calculated based on the square footage of the building. The applicant feels that they have more than enough, given the type of work schedule, they have some, a hybrid working model where there's some work from home days, some work in the office days, that the parking at that site is underutilized because of that hybrid work schedule, and they have more than enough parking to accommodate their office needs and dedicate 6 spaces to this building.
And I understand that, but if the day came that they moved to a new quarter, what happens to the new owner of the building?
There would be that restriction, that parking restriction. So that's something for the zoning board to take into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Does the continuation require board action?
Yes,
I
it
think we need a
does.
motion for that.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we continue the 17 Bay Street application to the September 5th meeting.
Second that.
All right. All 4?
Second.
We had a
Are we
second.
voting or what?
Oh, we're voting, sorry.
Okay. I heard
All
second.
right. The motion is passed. So we'll move to item 3, 8 point, I'm sorry. 9.1, okay. So PL 20230098 SP 20 Union Ave, proposal to convert office space into residential unit to result in multifamily. A waiver has been requested for a reduction of impact fee. Is there an applicant?
We have to accept the application.
Right. Is the application complete, staff?
The staff does recommend that the board accept the application as complete.
Is there a motion?
Make that motion.
Second.
All right, all approve? Unanimous. All right. Would you like to start out your presentation?
Nope, is that it?
Well, do you want to make a presentation?
No, I just was supposed to change the parking
Yes.
on there, and there needed to be place for snow, which I do have.
Yeah.
So I'll just give a quick summary if I could.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
You okay with that?
Yes, absolutely, thank
So
you.
basically, the application in front of you is to convert an existing commercial office space into a residential unit. There are currently 2 apartments in that building in addition to the commercial space. By converting to a third, converting the commercial space to a third apartment, it becomes a multifamily structure, and that's why it's here for planning board a review and approval. The applicant, there's not going to be any change to the footprint of the building. It's just going to be a conversion of existing space within the building. The parking requirements are satisfied. The applicant was in the office today. We made some suggestions on deleting some of the proposed parking spaces so that cars could maneuver more easily, and also create a space for snow storage. And even deleting those parking spaces, she still meets the parking requirements for the 3 proposed apartments.
Can you identify the parking spots that have been eliminated? Are they along the
Yeah.
property line there?
Yes, it is. It's these spaces right along here that we
Yeah,
talked
right.
about today. To remove all of those, she still has 5 spaces, which is what she needs for that. She needs 4.5, so of course you're gonna have 5. And then the snow storage area would be in this area here.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any discussion? Any questions for the applicant?
The applicant has requested a waiver for impact fees. The application does not qualify for an impact waiver fee, just for your information.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All right, it's now 7:30. We'll open to a public hearing. Is there any member of the public? You can take a seat, yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any members of the public that want to speak? Any takers? All right, it is now 7:31. We'll close the public hearing. Any discussion among the board?
So, yeah, I had a question for planning. Does it qualify for a waiver? No infill development is proposed, yet she had on her request infill existing building. But I thought I saw somewhere that you had it checked off as,
An infill project would be if you had a vacant piece of land and you were developing on that vacant piece of land. That would be an infill project. This is a change of use. It's a change of use from a commercial to a residential. And so the impact fee is not waived in that case.
okay, I just wanted to make sure the applicant understood that,
Yeah, we
because
talked with her
I
about
felt
that
like that was
today.
her writing on the
Yeah,
thing.
she was in
Okay.
earlier today and we discussed it.
Perfect, okay.
Do we still need to vote on that, or do we, it just doesn't meet it, so we don't have to make that vote?
Well, she did make the request, so I guess you do have to vote on it.
Okay.
That's a good
Vote
point.
to continue it.
Deny it,
Or just vote to deny it?
to deny it,
Oh, I'm sorry,
For the-
I did not, okay,
for
Deny the waiver.
yes,
Right.
Yeah.
got it.
So we should probably make separate motions.
Yes, so you do a motion regarding the waiver request for the impact fee, and then you would do a motion to approve or deny the application.
I make a motion to deny the applicant's request for an 80% impact of, waiver of impact fees.
Second that.
All to, sorry, all to approve the motion? All right, the motion's denied. I'm sorry, the request is denied. The motion's been accepted. Next motion is for
The application.
the application, yeah. Is there a motion for that?
I will make a motion to accept the change of use from office space into an apartment as it is sorely needed in this area for PL 2023-0098 SP.
Do you have a second?
Second?
Okay, question, can I just, so, I just wanna make sure that your findings were that it was
Solely needed.
it was needed housing, just correct?
What did I say?
No, no, I was just making sure that we're just pointing that out as our key findings.
Yes.
All right,
That's it, just good.
Did I leave out a word?
No, you're good. I just wanted to emphasize that that was your key finding. Just in
Yes,
case.
it is.
Hey, I was just making sure.
You see if I make another motion.
Scott was on a roll, I don't know why we stopped him.
He waited too long. We gotta get going here.
all in favor of the motion? Unanimous.
Thanks, Stacy.
Thank you.
Anonymous.
So the next on the agenda is Bay Street, PL 55 Bay Street, PL 2023-0086, SP 0087, SU. Yeah, that's cool. Sorry, did I say Bay Street? I meant 903 Union Ave, I'm sorry.
No, it's 55 Bay.
Oh,
Is it
55 Bay
55
Street.
Bay?
Yeah, it's at the bottom.
Something's wrong with
They
my-
changed the agenda on this.
I'm
You're good.
Attorney Phil Briard, here from Knock Brown LLC, the applicant. I'm here with John Roque, our engineer, and John Getty, who's the proposed tenant at the, that we're asking in the site plan to have a detailed shot in the building as well with no exterior changes. The other reason we're here is that we are removing the boat valet approval that we had before, because the marina was sold and the access that the prior owner had leased me was superseded by the sale of the property. So there's no valet boats in or out. And also, during this time frame, as you know, the board has dealt with a lot of boat storage building applications. A lot of those have been unheated. With some of the more technology in the boats now, a lot of them have computer chips and computer parts in them that requires them to be heated. So I decided that I would insulate and heat the building. And then when I was in the process of working with that, Mr. Getty gave me a call, and he lives in Laconia, and he has a boat detailing facility in Guilford near Beans and Greens, and he wanted to move his business to Laconia. And I'm gonna have you speak to him. He's gonna speak about that. There really is no detail shop closer than his existing detail shop at Guilford East Drive in Laconia. So I think having a detail shop in Laconia would be really good. And basically, the other thing that we're doing is, we used to have a parking lot between the WOW Trail and the building for the valet service. But since we don't have the valet service, we're gonna store boats there. But when we got the original variance, we got approval to store boats on the property anyway, and storing boats is allowed there. The other thing is, the building was originally designed for 110 slots. And basically, we've reworked that. And also, by finishing one whole floor side, we're basically gonna be in a position where we have about 90 spaces instead of 110. So, and that would include the outdoor spaces. Basically, we're here to eliminate the boundary adjustment that was on the original plan with Mr. Goodwin, because he decided he didn't want to go along with the boundary line adjustment, even though he signed the application. That we're gonna install 3 boat detailing bays, an office, a bathroom, and a room for the sprinkler system. And there's not gonna be any changes to the outside to the building except a glass entry door with a side light. We're gonna eliminate the valet parking area and previous boat valet approval and construct the boat storage area between the WOW Trail and the building and fence. We're gonna install a 1,000-gallon propane tank next to the building, because unfortunately, we designed this building, but Liberty Utilities has a moratorium on new gas connections now, because they can't supply the city with enough gas, so they won't let us hook up. So we have to put a 1,000-gallon propane tank there till the moratorium's lifted, then we would go with the natural gas. And so that's where we are, and that's why we need the amended site plan. As you're aware, the building is up. Most of the site work is done, and we're looking forward to finishing the building, insulating it, putting the heat in, and having Mr. Getty run his business out of there. I think I'm going to have Mr. Getty speak next, and then I'll have John address the plan in particular, if that's okay.
Mr. Chair, before we proceed, a technicality, I know, I apologize for the interruption. This application was previously approved. Does the board have to approve the new amended plan before we proceed? Do we have to accept this amended application? And we do not do that. So
Right.
may I request that we pause and
Accept.
do that?
Yeah. So-
Thank you.
Sorry. Is there a motion to accept?
So moved.
I'll second that. All in favor? Thank you. Go on.
Thank you for that. And I'd like to have Mr. John Getty from Getty Shine, and he's the prospective tenant of the building, and I'd like to have him say a few words about how excited he is to have his business in Laconia.
I'm John Getty. I live at 23 Cottonwood Avenue in Laconia. I lived in Laconia for 12-plus years, and I've run my business out of Guilford. I have 2 locations in Guilford. One of them I've outgrown, and I have been in search for years, looking for a new location to run one of the locations out of. And I have known Phil for a long time. He's one of my customers and a good friend, and he had offered this building to me to run my business out of. Most of the storage, boat storage in this location would be my customers and doing detailing services to the boats in the summer and in the wintertime. Most and all of the detailing would be done inside the building and not outside. So there is no water or runoff issues with running water or electricity or anything like that. Very excited to be able to cater to Winnisquam and the Lakes region in Laconia.
The other thing is, there will be no running of John's forklift on city streets. It's just for use at the property.
Most inside the building, yes.
And I also want you to know that we are connected to the city sewer, and we do, part of the plan is having a grease separator. So anything will be separated and pumped out occasionally as part of the engineering, which I guess I'll segue into John reviewing the plan now.
Yeah, so like Phil said, the building has been constructed already. Our original plan had some pervious pavement, up in this area. We're still doing that in that area, but this is gonna be regular pavement, and the gravel, like the gravel storage yard, it actually got installed with the idea that it was gonna be pervious pavement, so, with the original approval, so that whole thing is actually, the drainage is all set up to store water in the gravel. It's not a regular gravel parking lot, so, drainage-wise works really well. We're gonna have a municipal water and sewer, and then the gray water from the boat washing is gonna go to an like a separate oil separator, or oil water separator tank that's gonna be underground, and have a connection into the sewer separately. So, everything works really well with that. We have, like Phil said, the natural gas is gonna be down in this corner. We're gonna have a propane tank until gas is available. At such time, then it would connect right on, there is natural gas right in the street, and that was one of the things we were gonna propose doing, but it'll easily connect right back up again once the moratorium is lifted, and then that tank can be eliminated. There is gonna be boat gas over in this area, just for filling up anything that they need for fuel in the boats that they're detailing.
We're not selling the
We're not
gas
yeah.
to anybody that comes by. It's just that when you store a boat, it's better to store it with a full tank of gas so there's not condensation
Yep.
in the tank.
But basically, we have plenty of parking for the business that's being run there at this point. We actually have maybe a little extra than what we need, so we're introducing some green space. We're introducing a sidewalk that runs all the way along Bay Street and then over to Winnisquam Ave. We have the two entrances off of Winnisquam Ave, and then this existing garage door on Bay Street is already there. We have just a little driveway going in that door. And like Bill said, one of the prior proposals, there was gonna be a forklift that would have been going on to Winnisquam Ave, and that's been eliminated with this proposal, so. The lighting plan stays the same. It was all wall packs on the site anyway, so a lot of it is very similar from a civil standpoint.
So that concludes our presentation. If anybody has any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer them.
Is that a fence? we have
Actually,
going-
just, before, I just wanted to get recommendation from staff. We kinda skipped that portion.
Step.
Regarding whether the application is complete.
Yeah.
I thought we did that at the beginning, but yes, we do recommend that the board
Yeah,
accept it as complete.
we did it, we're
I
good.
thought so.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Go ahead, you had a question?
You had a fence going around the boat storage, the gravelled in boat storage area?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, I do want you to know, Kathy pointed something out, that the original approval in 2018 was for a stockade fence. But having lived with the situation down there, and having the Wow Trail have the chain link fence, and having the Goodwin property right up against the Wow Trail, I really feel that it is gonna be landscaped, by the way, with mulch and shrubs along that fence, that the chain link fence would really be better. It would let more light in, it would let wind blow, it would be more open. It's just that there would, if you can imagine coming down Fair Street and looking down there, you'd be looking down all the way to Bay Street, and you'd see this building wall, and you'd see this whole wall, you know, like 250 feet of stockade fence, which I just don't think is that necessary. Now, there's also the blocking of the boats, but keep in mind, you know, the boats come and go, the boats aren't a solid wall, there's things in between. So we decided to swap that out for a chain link fence, and I wanted to get into that, Rob. I'm glad you asked for a full disclosure that we feel that that would be a better application there because of the chain link fence on the other side, and it would just be almost like a bowling alley.
If I could respond to that, This is a requirement in the zoning ordinance. The planning board cannot waive zoning requirements. The applicant would have to obtain a variance for that.
Well, then we just would go with the stockade fence, because we really need to get the approval, because we have to store boats, and John needs to get in there, so we don't have time for that.
Do we want to make that, add something on there that it's subject
Sure.
to zoning board, so in the
So-
future, if you wanted to go back and,
Sure, but she's absolutely right, the prior approval said it was a stockade fence.
yeah, I think that was from the zoning board through the
We'll probably
variance.
just put the stockade fence in, because we need to move along.
Okay.
City ordinance. If I may, John, this boat that's gasoline, right?
Yes, correct.
What kind of storage vessel will that be? Above ground?
It's a double-walled, above-ground unit that's got it's actually got 3 hulls. It's got a base, and then the tank is a double tank. And they come in, 500, 1,000, 1,000-gallon tank. And that's a Superfund site, so I'm very sensitive about it, because I've been cleaning it up as long as I've owned it. And this thing is totally self-contained and is guaranteed, basically.
How many gallons?
Well, this one, the one that I picked out was 2,000 gallons.
Would some kind of a containment structure around it be required by?
It's in a tub, and it's a double
It's in a
wall
tub,
tank
oh, yeah,
in a
mhm,
tub.
mhm.
And
So it
it's
has
all-
already a containment.
Well, it's got double walls, and then it's got the tub.
Okay.
It's all self-contained.
Yeah, and usually the containment, like the tub it sits in essentially, is more than what the capacity is. So if the hull does get breached, or both hulls get breached, it, in theory, has got plenty of capacity to fill up and it's like a third layer of defense.
Okay,
It's not a huge,
With the requirement, the ordinance requiring a stockade fence, how will that impact your landscaping plans with the service berry and so on, I think that you had going along that line?
That won't affect it.
Won't
That will
affect
not
it?
affect it.
You still have that?
Yep, we'll still have that.
Amy?
Thank you. As far as the business goes, obviously people are gonna be coming in that aren't necessarily clients of the building, I assume.
What do you mean?
I want my boat detailed, I'm coming to
Yes.
you.
Yes.
So where do you have them, how do you
Um,
have them coming in, and
So there's a
how is
main,
the parking set up for them?
so this will be,
This parking area right here.
I'm not seeing it,
Oh,
sorry.
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 This area right
I
here.
can show you here.
That one?
This
So
parking
in the
area is
corner?
for guests, yes.
And that's large enough for the trailer and the trucks?
Can you show that on the screen too, please?
What's that?
Can you show that on the screen as well? I
Yep.
didn't see
It's
it.
the top left one.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Amy.
So is it enough for the
Yeah, this
trucks
area.
and the trailers and your doors and,
most of the time,
Access.
if a customer is pulling in with their truck and trailer,
Yep.
they will have to have called beforehand to pull in, and we will guide them into the right.
And
So
both-
this,
both
the-
doors, there's doors on both ends, you can drive right through the building. And then there's a gate on Bay Street, and you can drive around the building and out of.
most of the time, in the summertime, when there isn't going to be a lot of boats stored in that facility, they can use either the building to pull through or the gravel spot on the right-hand side is gonna be completely empty in the summertime, so they have that whole area to pull through
And there's a gate.
on the Bay Street side.
do you take the boat off of the actual trailer?
Yes.
To work on it? So where do they store the boat or the trailer and the truck until you're done with it?
So the trailer, if I'm pulling the boat off of the trailer and working on the boat, the truck and trailer will then leave.
So the owner of the boat is going to remove the truck and trailer
Yes.
until you're done? And they
Yes. And then
come
they
get
can
it?
come back and pick it up.
Okay.
Also, we have our own truck and trailers available to pick up people's boats on the lake, to bring them to our facility. We drive in, we offload the boat with our forklift, and then when it's done, we can put it back on our trailer and deliver it to the customer.
And
either
where
on-
does that stay? Your truck and trailer?
inside the building or at our other location.
Thank you.
Really, I think the majority of the work he does is gonna be through that avenue. I don't think there's gonna be a lot of people just driving down the street and pulling in with their boat.
Most of our main location in Guilford will be still our main location. And this is mostly, so the 3 bays that, we're amending the site plan for on the inside will be our, detail bays that are inside, mostly for people's boats that are storing them with us, but also over the summertime. We'll be picking up people's boats from Winnisquam and Winnipesaukee. And most of our trailers would be parked in the gravel area during the summertime. And then the only vehicles that we would have there parked are employee vehicles. And also, you know, there will probably be 5 or 6 employees that are working there daily, and then business vehicles, which usually is 2 to 3 trucks, which can be, I mean, the building is big enough that we can park those trucks inside.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead. I have a question, realizing probably in the winter, you're not gonna have a whole lot of traffic in and out as far as boats. What's your plan for snow storage? Because you don't have a lot of room to put snow in there.
Snow storage. Should probably put another building up for that. Most of the gravel lot will not be plowed in the winter. It's
Okay.
going to be open for snow to be stored there.
But your dilemma is you're gonna have to take it around from your 2 paved lots.
Right.
To get it around there.
Each of these paved lots have a little bit of area, like, there's area right in the front corner right here, and there's a little area right off here.
See
So
that.
this
Can't
one-
see the
this one has-
screen.
Oh, sorry. This parking lot has area right here
Hold on one second.
along,
Okay,
Start
we're
over.
good now.
along Bay Street and over here.
Okay.
And, the parking lot over here has a little bit of a strip along over there. We wouldn't be able to do anything over right in this area where we have the boat gas and dumpster pad. But we do have snow storage kind of all the way around.
You have to be careful though, because if you put on both sides of those entrances on a Winnisquam Ave, you're gonna have an issue with your sight line.
Yeah, if it gets too full, he'll have to either truck it off or truck it around to the other side.
Snow blower across the street.
Snow.
Yeah, up and over the building.
Yeah.
We have plenty of room for that, and unfortunately, whichever your cup of tea is, we haven't had that much snow lately, so.
I don't know about that.
Well, get it this year,
Rely
Lenny.
on that.
But
Well done, Phil, thank you. I like snow.
I know, that's what I said, depending on your cup of tea is.
And since you said we weren't getting any, we'll get it.
Well, I hope that's true.
I do too.
Question on washing. You said the bulk of the detailing would be in the bay, correct?
Correct.
Do you foresee doing any outside?
I don't think it's necessary.
Does it ever happen when you're in Guilford or?
Very minimally. The scope of work that's being done in this building is completely different. I have 2 different shops right now. One is strictly detailing, and then the other is reconditioning. In this building, so the one that I'm grown out of is the reconditioning side, which is more so reconditioning fiberglass boats, resurfacing them. So there wouldn't be any of that going on outside.
Okay, great. And signage?
Yes, definitely.
How,
Where?
I have no idea.
okay.
As much as we can.
We-
We don't even know if there is a
Because
sign.
Laconia has a whole,
We have a little sign.
we did have an original little sign right at the corner of Bay Street and Winnisquam Ave.
Right.
Okay.
It's kind of covered up by the text right in
Oh,
this
okay, I
area,
didn't see
but
that.
there is one at the corner. And then I don't know if they're by ordinance, you'd be allowed to put like anything on the side of the building. I mean, there's plenty of
Retail
wall
space.
space to hang a sign on if it was
I guess we
allowed.
got what would be approved for signage.
right, there's a whole section on
There's a whole section
signage.
on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there is, to answer your question, we did put a little sign on the site plan. It's in the ground. It's on the corner, and you can see it. It looks brown, but there's something over it, right there.
Yeah.
We don't have color.
We can't see.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right, it's not your fault.
Any other questions? All right, it's 7:58. We'll now open public hearing. You can take a seat. You can take a seat. Step up. What's your name and address, please?
Mike Little, 16 Charles Street. Again, I'd just like to urge the board, it sounds like we're putting another project into the Bay Street area that's gonna add a significant amount of traffic. I know that this isn't a board issue, but I made a suggestion that we make Bay Street one-way south, Charles Street one-way east, and the beginning of Winnisquam Ave one-way west. I think that if we're gonna put more traffic, I think that should be considered. I do applaud the business, and that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? As far as the changing street directions, that's a city council thing. Yeah, so, sorry, this board probably can't do anything for you, but council will probably bring it up. Anyone else? All right, it's now 7:59. We'll close public hearing, and we'll open discussion with the board.
Building's been there for quite a while, not being used. It's good to see the business go in with 4 or 5 employees.
Yeah, I agree. The building's already been constructed. This doesn't seem to be a major change in use, a little change on the interior and parking. Other than that, I mean, the building's already been constructed, and I think it would be good to see it being utilized.
I think the proposed use is less of a demand than the original, and less of an impact on street traffic with having the forklift there.
Agreed.
So I think it's a significant reduction of heartache there.
Agreed.
Yeah. Any further discussion?
That's my finding.
Don't forget, boat storage is essential to promote tourism in the Lakes region. I like that.
Part of your emotion?
That would be part of a.
That was a
National
finding of
motion.
fact.
Sounds like you have a motion.
Yep.
You wanna make a motion?
We'll try this again I would like to make a motion to approve PL 2018-0037SP, Amendment 255 Bay Street, to allow for 3 boat detailing bays, eliminating the valet parking, and adding outdoor boat storage because it is essential to promote tourism in the Lakes region.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ask a question. That's gonna be subject to the conditions of approval that are recommended by staff?
Absolutely.
And then could I suggest an addition to those
Absolutely.
conditions? Under item 2, plan revisions, that the screening will remain the previously approved stockade fencing.
Do we want to add in there, like, unless otherwise amended by the zoning board? Just in case
Yeah, we could do that.
just in
Yeah.
case they go back.
And does the board want to consider a height for that fence? Stockade fencing usually comes in 4, 6, and 8-foot heights.
What were they approved for originally?
It didn't
6?
specify, so typically it's 6.
I think we
That's the
typically go
typical.
6, is
I would be comfortable with 6.
Okay.
Okay.
make it so.
Should we remake the motion?
So
or-
the plan revisions will include 6-foot stockade fencing for the screening.
Okay. So the motion is with staff recommendation. Does the member agree with that motion?
Yes.
All right, and a second?
Yes, sir.
All right, all approve? Unanimous, thank you.
Good luck, John.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is PL 2023-0086-SP-0087-SU, 903 Union Ave, proposal to construct an 8 condominium unit with associated parking and drainage improvements.
Hang on, Phil, I've got a big question on this one. Go ahead.
Well, first is the application complete?
So that was actually my question, if I can interrupt. Shouldn't this be a conceptual review because there were so many holes in it? Versus accepting an application as mostly complete, wouldn't it be a conceptual review? Weren't there a lot of things missing?
Well, some of the things I think you're talking about are addressed in the staff report that say you need architect's plans. But I don't think you need architect's plans to come before the board.
That's at the time of, when they submit, a lot of the requirements would be addressed during construction or pre-construction. Could you give us something specific?
I thought you had actually written that, there it is, as substantially complete, but I thought there were. I think I saw a lot of to be determined,
Site security.
like
well,
by DPW.
Those would typically be, those are determined after.
The other thing I'd like to say is that this has been previously approved by the board as a parking lot. And I've spoken to the site security and gotten all those approvals to construct the parking lot and the retaining wall. So these things are, and we're actually.
They're just.
I
they're-
think it was the height I was
there are-
mostly
There are things
concerned with.
that the board will want to confirm during the public hearing. Landscaping, exterior lighting.
Okay, I think it was the height that was a big one for
The
me.
architectural review, these can be conditions of approval. Item number 15, this architectural review. The following information is not,
I
pardon?
thought they were conditions.
Do you have a picture of what it's gonna look like? Because I don't have one in my packet.
Well, that was the other thing, there was no picture.
I have no idea what this looks like.
Well, I did submit, like 11 or whatever copies I had.
I did not get that. May I? I'll give it back, I promise.
Yeah, well, we can pass it around maybe. I'm sorry, I did submit a bunch of copies.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Did you get one?
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Kathy
got
has
it
it on.
online.
Come on.
Oh, it's
There's
on.
one,
This is cheating.
there's one here
Okay.
that we can pass down this
Just a little
side.
bit about the design. It's designed.
Just hold on,
Wait,
we,
what?
we have to make a motion to accept
accept
the
the
application,
application.
but there's still discussion.
So that you can begin the discussion.
So we'll,
I'd like to make a motion that that the board accept application PL 2023-0086SP and 0087SU, 903 Union Avenue, proposal to construct 8 condominium units.
is there a second?
I'll second it.
And all in favor? All right, you can begin.
Yes, I'm attorney Phil Brouillard, representing Union Avenue Realty Trust. I'm here with John Roque. This property has been subject to prior approval for a 22-unit parking lot. I tried to rent the parking spaces to people, and nobody seemed to want to rent them. So, based on what was going on in Lakeport, I decided that it would be nice maybe to have these 8 condominium units. The name of them is going to be Lakeport Village Condominiums. They're nestled back into the lot. There's 12 parking spaces. The property is probably about 50 to 55 feet high, to answer your question, Sue. And it's designed by Peter Stewart, who's an architect that's designed a lot of the things in Lakeport, and he also went as my high school classmate of mine. We really are really high on the design of this. It's got some really cool colors. It's got a really good architectural design. It's got a flat roof that slides backwards, doesn't have drainage holes in the roof. And they're 2-bedroom, 1-bath units. They have a balcony. And we really feel like they're gonna be a nice addition to the housing stock in Laconia. The upper 6 units are gonna be serviced by an elevator. And the units are around 1,000 square feet. They all have a little balcony, and there's 12 parking spots provided. We think that it'll be a real nice addition to the area. And I'd like John to review the plan with me now, if that's okay.
So as Phil said, right now, there's actually a parking lot and retaining wall in. We're basically setting the building in right in the crook of the existing retaining wall. The driveway and the catch basins and all the drainage have already been constructed as part of the original for it being 100% parking. So by putting a building in and actually introducing some green space around it, we're actually reducing the drainage that was previously approved. We are doing a dumpster along the edge of the property in this spot. And like Phil said, we set it up for 12 parking spaces. We needed a minimum of 12 for this development. Basically, the sidewalk goes right into the front. There'll be landscaping all the way along the front. There's existing lights right now that are set up for the parking lot that are, actually, I can show you on this.
They're the same lights that are on the Opera House, too. I got the specifications from the Laconia Electric, and they're the same down lights with the same poles.
Yeah, so the poles are one on each side here. We're connected to sewer and water. We have a ductile sprinkler line. The building is obviously sprinklered for a building like this. We do have a little bit of area for snow storage. It'll have to be done while there aren't cars in the parking lot, but rather than removing all the snow from the site, we will have a little bit of area on either side of the building to store snow. If those areas fill up, then it's gonna be 100% trucked off. We went through everything with the fire department to make sure that we could be as close as we were planning to the retaining walls, and they didn't have any issue with that. Let's see here, what else did I show here? Yeah, right here you can see there's an existing light right off of the retaining wall on this spot, and our existing light at this spot. We are gonna plant some trees around it. I don't have a specific landscape plan right around the building, but we are gonna have whatever we can fit in that area. There's gonna be plantings all the way around the building, probably perennials and some shrubs and
Without
things along those
impacting the
lines.
snow storage, yes.
Yes. But basically, we're pulling a building permit, building a little parking lot on a site that's already completely constructed, so.
All right, is there any discussion? Questions for the applicant?
I got a question. So overall height is 60 foot on this building?
It's 60 foot is allowed in
We're
that
not
area.
going-
We're
it's-
not gonna be that high.
We're not gonna be that high.
Okay.
In other words, the limit in UC without performance zoning, I guess, is 60. And if you get permission for a bigger building, you can, but we're not gonna be above 60.
So what is the height?
We think that it's between 55 and 60 feet.
Probably
No. Well, there's 4 levels, so say if you went 12 feet per floor, that's, 48, 50, and a little bit more for the foundation on the bottom. It's gonna be below 60.
Do you have your little plan from your story?
Sorry, it went around.
So how many feet above, the rock wall would there be of building?
The retaining wall is only like 12 feet tall or something like that, 15 feet tall. So
So
you're,
it'd be 30 feet, so
but in
Stacy.
terms of the top of this building, the top of the building would still be, even after all that, the top of the building would be
Still less than that hill.
a lot lower than this
Hill's
existing
550.
house adjacent, because the retaining wall goes in a little ways, but the slope just keeps going straight up. Well,
the,
So I'm just thinking of 17 Walnut.
Yeah.
Are they gonna be looking right into somebody's living room?
no, so the elevation, what do we got, 512?
there's a different, yeah, okay, you got it.
The elevation existing is like 512, and their dirt grade around their house is 552. So they would be looking out basically right at about the top of the building.
And then they have their foundation before the windows, so them looking out, they're gonna be over the building.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Top of the hill is 550, so they'll be up, way up.
What's the max height on the retaining wall?
Well, it was what it was designed and approved by the planning board.
Yeah, it was
for.
actually an
It was
engineered
approved
wall, and
here.
it's already
Is there a
installed.
fence on top of that?
What's that?
Is there a fence on top of that wall?
No.
There wasn't a requirement to put a fence on top of that?
Well, it was because it was so far from everything, and there's a fence that kind of runs down Walnut Street.
Because that's probably at least a 12-foot drop in there, correct?
Oh, it is?
Yeah, absolutely, it's 12 feet tall.
I think that's a code requirement, that there's
Yeah,
a,
I believe that is,
anything over
that is a
48
code requirement.
inches that requires a fence.
John, the area surrounding, directly surrounding the building?
Yep.
Do you envision, you just said you weren't sure on the landscape. Do you envision that being a grassy area that would have to be
Yes.
mowed?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And it would be, a mower could navigate through there and everything?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, you would not be able to do like a big ride-on long.
Commercial,
you would
yeah.
Do a commercial mower around to the rear, but, they'll have to do whatever they need to. I think there isn't a lot of area back there, so.
You're right, yeah, yeah. And that wall's, it's already there, that slope's been stabilized
Oh, yeah.
and.
Yep, correct.
Very good.
I'm still looking for parking.
And I do apologize, we did submit copies of all those plans for each of you.
We go.
Unless it might not translate.
It was emailed.
It's email?
Yeah.
Gave everybody what we had.
Where?
5 spaces here, 7 here, total of 12.
Got it, okay.
So between this the corner of this building, and the other is 3.8.
Here's another set of the elevations of the boulevard.
Anyone else want to look at that?
Yeah, so that's. 34 feet, 34 feet height. This wall.
How many bedrooms are these?
2-bedroom,
All 2
1
bedrooms?
bath, all.
Mhm.
And Phil, you were gonna sell these as condos?
Yes.
Yes.
No further questions? All right, you can take a seat. It's now 8:17, and we'll open public hearing. Any members of the public want to step up? Going once, going twice. And we'll close at 8:17. And
recommendations?
Yeah, what is staff recommendation?
With regard to acceptance, or,
Approval.
Yeah, approval.
I think that the board could consider approving it subject to the conditions included in the staff review. I have a couple of questions, though, based on the discussion. Did the board want to include a condition to add fencing to the top of the retaining wall?
Sense as much.
If that's a code, then yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other is that there was no landscaping plan submitted, yet they talked about landscaping that they plan to do. In order to, prior to the plan being signed and building permits being issued, does the board want to require that a landscaping plan is submitted for staff review?
Yes.
Since-
Yes.
Yeah,
And then if the board is going to require a landscaping plan, that would necessitate another condition, landscape survival security, 110% of the total cost of the landscaping shall be held for a period of 2 growing seasons after planting to guarantee the survival of the landscape.
Yes.
Yes.
So if it goes, so will, if that's, the board wants to add those conditions in, we will put that into the final copy.
Applicant has no issues with those conditions and also concurs with the staff's report, which she is so kind to give me before.
So with those additions to the conditions of approval, I think the board can go ahead and proceed to
all right.
discuss the
Is this the
merits.
color?
All right, so we'll open discussion.
Stacy, did you have
you had
something?
something?
You look like.
Is this the color?
Yes,
Okay.
it actually is the scale, it doesn't have the dimensions on it, but I really like the color, and I really like the thing, I really like the way that it's gonna present, it's a very fresh looking concept, and I think it'll go really nice there, and
And I guess the only thing I was concerned about is just the right side's view, but I think it's just my phone. The roof just looks flat, but you said it was sloped.
It tips back,
What's the slope on
What
that?
percentage slope is that?
I don't know, but I do want the water coming down in the middle of the building on a drain, so you tip it back enough to do the job. The decks are gonna be on this side, and then these decks are on this side.
So this is looking out toward Walnut?
Yes, well, actually, looking out over.
That's the opposite.
Union. That's the front of the building.
Yeah.
No, I
Walnut's
was
on the
talking
right.
about these.
Oh.
These will be like facing Walnut. Correct.
Right, okay.
I'm sorry you didn't.
No, wouldn't that be on the right side? Walnut's on the opposite side.
Walnut's over here.
So
This is the side. This is facing. So say it rains, goes down.
It goes through the back of the building.
Okay.
Will there be a gutter on the back?
We have the drainage, it's gonna be drainage that comes around the building, that goes into the catch basins that are already there.
Okay.
We're hooked into the city stormwater system.
All right. So do we have a motion? Scott? Stacy has a motion.
I didn't
There's-
have it
there's-
because I thought this was a consent.
Make a motion to approve, let's see, PL 2023-0086 SP 0087 SU for 903 Union Ave, proposal to construct 8 condominium units with associated parking and drainage improvements. The project is in line with the city's master plan and development of the Lakeport area. And it's providing the additional housing that we're in so desperate need for. So conditions of the approval are as outlined in the staff report and as discussed with the interim planning director.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Little bit, they will count. Moving right along, moving right along.
I know the feeling.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, you keep that. We need that.
All right, so we'll move on to old business now.
Under new business, though, do we have to discuss the sidewalks?
Yeah, look,
Well, no, that's been, well,
or
The
for
compliance review.
scheduling.
oh, yeah, so we should, sorry.
Do we want to move the discussion down after the presentations?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, let's
can
just
do that.
move up 12.1 Endicott Street.
That's the compliance review.
Yeah,
So
File I'm just gonna
basically,
put
we're just moving it up and then we'll go back to
that's
new
fine.
business.
Yeah. Do you want me to just do a quick summary for you on this compliance review, or
Yeah.
is everybody?
I would appreciate it,
yeah.
yes.
So basically, the city was approached by the representatives for Sundown Condominium. They have expressed concerns about runoff coming from the abutting property, 224 Endicott Street, which is under construction. They've got two duplexes that they have completed. They have a third that's under construction. The condominium owners at Sundown have noticed increased runoff on their property, and they are of the opinion that it has, that the increase in the runoff is the result of the construction at 224 Endicott. The city had a previous compliance, let me grab my phone. There was a previous compliance discussion that resulted in the planning board requiring a third-party review, which was completed by Du Bois and King. They outlined a number of items that they felt needed to be addressed. They also, noted that the city should have a third party go out and inspect the property once the stormwater management system was complete. That's pretty much the nature of where we are at this point in time. There are stormwater management structures that are in various states of completion, which would indicate that they may not be functioning the way they're intended because they are incomplete. So it's really gonna be, I think that the owners at Sundown who are bringing the request for the compliance hearing are gonna be looking for the board to make some decision tonight with regard to any follow-up inspections to see if there should be more to manage the stormwater on that site as the construction proceeds. I think that's where we are.
As
This
part
has been going on for a while.
As part of the original approval for the development, are we withholding a certificate of occupancy for the final two units until the water is completed and conforming to the
Well,
proposed
they
plans?
wouldn't, in order to get the certificate of occupancy, all of the department heads have to sign off on the CO. And if they haven't satisfied all of the conditions of approval, and that would include the completion of the stormwater management system, the planning director shouldn't sign off on it until that occurs. And so no CO should be issued until all of the site plan requirements have been satisfied. But you have an issue during construction. A developer has a responsibility to manage stormwater during the construction period, not just at the end of construction.
No, I know. Thank you.
I'm still a little confused. What's the decision that's before us today?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of assuming that that Sundown Condominiums is the one that's requested the compliance hearing, and they would be the ones to make a request to the board of what they would like to see happen, and then the board would discuss it and make a decision from there.
All right. That being said,
Okay. All right, well, thank you
Should-
for that, Kathy, and thank the board also. My name is Mark Granoff. I'm the president of Sundown Condominiums, 41 Nestledown Drive. As we hear from her preamble, we've been here 4 times total, once with the ZBA and 3 times now with the planning board. And we're concerned, and this is about compliance with zoning board discussions and requirements and rules, Clause C, I believe, and I have it on the next slide. But also that the stormwater on the abutting property be properly managed and not flow towards Sundown in a detrimental manner. Next slide. So basically, the construction at 224 to 228 Endicott is impacting, are you seeing? Oh, you're not seeing.
We're not seeing his
No.
slides.
Slide.
What,
His
I
slides?
think he has slides.
do I, okay, thank you.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, basically, we're seeing impacts against the buildings 59 and 63, which are the closest abutting buildings. They're the 7 units, which are the garage units built into the cul-de-sac at the end of our property. At the June 21st, 2022 ZBA meeting, there was a discussion of application clause C, and this is paraphrased. The requested use will not overload any public water system, nor will there be any significant increase in stormwater runoff onto adjacent property or streets. We have seen, even at that time, with just approximately maybe 5,000 or 6,000 square feet of impervious material, the 2 slabs for the concrete, even before the roadway, we were seeing rivulets coming down the hill, and we were seeing ponding of water after storm events in back of building 63 and 59. Regardless of our presented evidence, that variance was approved, and the issue was kicked down the road to the planning board, and that
concern about the compliance with that was heard here as well. We thank the planning board for, and the city of Laconia for hearing us and requiring a third-party review. That was Du Bois and King. They were hired, I believe, by the developer, and the third-party engineering review took place. There was a conditional approval August 5th, and it had a phrase in it that no additional building permits would be issued until any third-party review items are resolved. Obviously, to date, a lot of these issues with the water flow management are still unresolved. This report was issued, and you have it almost coming up on a year ago. Basically, the findings of the report indicate, we did walk the property with North Point Engineering, the developer's engineering team, and Du Bois and King agreed that the design was solid. The simulations they performed agreed with the simulations by North Point, so that design should work, is what we gathered from that. Now, they also wrote in the report, which I think you all have a copy of now, that the implementation was still not there yet. It was in process. Catch basins were not connected, and other aspects of it were not completed, so those were pointed out. They predicted that if these were not connected and fully functional, that we would have stormwater sheet flow towards Sundown and also towards Butters and Ashley Drive. September 9th, the building permit was issued last September. Still, these things were not resolved yet. Fall and winter happened, and in spring, April 19th, we had some indicators from residents in the 59 building that a lot of sand was appearing on either side of the building, and a lot of water pooling and so forth in the driveways of those garage units. I went around the building and did an inspection, and I can show, well, you have the photographs, I believe, showing washed out foundation backfill material under the decks that had as deep as 15 inches deep washout of rock and sand, and actually filled the base of one of the external air conditioning units with 4 or 5 inches of material. That was remarkable. So I immediately wrote an email with attached photographs and sent it to the planning office here, planning at laconianh.gov. So that complaint was documented then. So clearly we had excessive runoff. And this is exactly as Du Bois and King predicted. So that was confirmed. It's our opinion that, this application clause C has not been complied with. It's been violated by the state of the construction. And along the way, there are milestones that indicate that things won't be approved or applied or so forth until things are addressed. And it seems like things continue and it has not been addressed. So, we're requesting the city really to help validate what's happening on the site and ensure that the design is properly implemented and the proper inspections are done. We understand that the City of Laconia Conservation Tech, there's been turnover at so many levels between the staff positions and so on. I think it
handoff, and I know everybody's trying very hard to do this work properly. We feel that it needs to be picked up and carried to the conclusion, which everybody wants it to be done, and you know, we want to see that, you know, our neighbor to the north is not adversely impacting Sundown. So we would like that, and we think that you would like as well, that the city's inspections, as you indicated earlier, would result in sign-offs and approvals, that things are implemented, and not only implemented, but they actually work. I think the validation of the design is in the performance, and that's what we're really concerned about. There, you know, are issues of some of the damage that we've incurred, and it's really materials that's moved. A lot of sand and silt and so forth have come down the hill, and things like that. And we'd like to see resolution and replacement of this backfill against the foundation and so forth. You know, so that's what we're hoping for. We feel that, you know, protecting Sundown is a good thing to do. It's been a long-standing community condominium since, I think, '87, and then these additional units that were incorporated in, the garage units in 2006, I believe. But regardless, it's something that we feel that the city of Laconia, it's incumbent upon the city to do the right quality assurance here, and then everybody gets on with their existence, and they sell the units, and everybody's happy campers. Happy to answer any questions you may have, or we can look at photos on, if you want me to put any, I have them on my screen here.
Just before that, on the left.
I have a question, if I
Yes.
may. I know that some of your photos have shown where there's a landscaped sloped area, soft, moist soils there in that area.
Right.
I understand water's gonna flow downhill, but the other photos that show some deeply eroded areas, like under decks, and
Yes.
wouldn't the water have to, where's that water coming from? It can't flow uphill. So, you know, it's not coming off of that landscape slope, I wouldn't imagine. Like I said, it would have to flow uphill to do that. So where is that water coming from? Yes.
So in our opinion, the water is coming from the fact that that site has now probably 15,000 square feet of impervious materials and a wetlands that was basically erased. And it is supposed to connect to a detention pond area on that site. I don't believe that that has been fully functional yet or fully connected. So we feel that the water is coming from that, I don't know if it's 2 acres or whatever that land is, can't be absorbed by all of that concrete and asphalt, and is basically running down the hill. And, you know, we're below them. We're not saying that the water flow will not come down the hill. Obviously, the detention pond they have in their plan is supposed to slow it and mitigate it and allow it to disperse gradually. But
It's not fully functional at this point?
yeah, I don't know. And that's a question to the city. What state is it in, really? And should, you know, the city go out and determine, okay, makes sense. It's not implemented yet. With it implemented, it should work, validate it works. Everybody sees that it's working, then you can sign off. But this is behind here. I don't know if this image, let's see what the next one, this one shows, this one shows the water came down the hill, went under the deck area, and then it started to eat this trench and dispersing the materials, like, as you can see. So,
Okay, if I could redirect my question to the interim planning director, is that okay? I'm just curious, I mean, what authority does the city or this board have to provide a remedy to the complaint? Again, you pointed out that, yeah, the stormwater management system isn't complete, so obviously there's things that aren't working as designed, but the developer does have an obligation to ensure that stormwater is managed during construction.
Exactly.
So what role does this board or the city have in finding a remedy? Does this become a civil matter?
No, it's not a civil matter. It is a responsibility of the planning board. One of the options is to go back to the third-party engineer that did the original report. Again, that would be at the expense of the applicant, and have them go out and determine what needs to be done as the construction on that site continues, to mitigate some of the runoff problems that Sundown Condominiums is experiencing.
So this board could require the developer then to, again, hire at their expense a third party to find ways to manage the stormwater while this construction is continuing, correct?
Yes.
But
And
what-
basically, it wouldn't be that the city would be hiring the engineer, but it would be at the applicant's expense.
I mean, that would also mean stopping construction in the meanwhile, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, that would be something for the board to discuss. It's not something that you would have to do. It's a tough situation. I agree.
Excuse me. But my recollection was that there were requirements in the beginning that they prevent unreasonable runoff on these folks'
Yeah.
property. Let me finish. That hasn't happened.
It doesn't appear to, no.
Okay.
So what's our recourse?
Can I ask a question? Sorry. Oh,
No,
ahead.
go.
ahead.
So my question is then, is it in our purview to say they pay for it, we hire a third party to perform a normal stormwater pollution prevention plan for a construction site, weekly audits, anytime there's a half-inch rainfall event, they inspect it and make sure it's meeting the design? Because it sounds like that's not happening.
Since it was originally part of the approval that they wouldn't have been issued the building permit, if all of this hadn't been done, can we do a cease and desist on that building permit?
That's something I'd have to run
Well-
by the city's legal counsel.
I think the other problem is that still would not stop with
Right.
construction in the meanwhile.
No, but it
Like
would
that.
stop them, and then they would, in order to
Yeah,
start
but
building
that
again,
may
you
be
gotta do
too late
drainage.
for them, right? Like,
Still might
that-
not remedy the stormwater problem.
Yeah,
But
the
maybe it would
ongoing.
cause them to start remedying the problem.
Good point.
This is outrageous.
Good point.
I'm sorry, but I'm outraged by this.
Why were building permits continued to be issued when the,
I can't answer that
yeah,
question.
yeah,
Can't speak
that's
to the
just
previous
one of
planning
those
director.
mysteries.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, I think at the very least, we ought to instruct the director to find out if we can issue a cease and desist order pending repair of these problems at your earliest possible convenience. You know, the problem with hiring engineers to go back out there is it's gonna take time to get it going and
Right.
whatever, and in the meantime, the water keeps running down the hill. And I just think this board ought to instruct the planning director to find out tomorrow morning.
Right. Well, I think it's probably fair to,
And I think,
the-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
we should probably hear from the subjects as well. So, can you take a seat and can we have, was it Sundown? I mean, not Sundown.
Just want to get my drive out of here.
We-
Sorry.
Rand.
But that was a
Ram
problem last
Clarendon.
time, that they didn't have a chance to defend themselves, so we should probably let them talk, so,
Absolutely.
yeah. So,
I'd also like to hear from the third-party review, whether it be Du Bois or
Yeah.
King or someone else. I'd like to see them at this,
so
in front of
probably,
this board,
yeah,
rather than just reading this report, which requires me to, interpret on my own.
yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I would ask to be heard at this time to.
Sure, state your
our,
name and,
Name is David Plunkett, representing Ram Clarendon LLC. Roland Mainville, a principal of that entity, is here with me tonight. Mr. Chairman, first off, when we were here 3 weeks ago, one of the key issues was that there was never any contact with us relative to these complaints. And, it's a situation where it's often good to find out what the complaint is so we can see and address it at the time, if it is in fact the source. And as pointed out at that point in time, we were getting ready to finalize the construction. We said we were 4 to 6 weeks out from completion of everything, and in that interim period of time, the 3 weeks, the thought was to come back and tell you where we are at this point. At this point, the gravel in front of the building is set, ready for paving. The right side of the building is loomed. The detention area is shaped, loomed, sand, and the riprap wall set. We still have final pavement, finishing of loom and seeding. The detention area is being finalized in compliance with the design as was prepared by the engineer, and then with the follow-up with Du Bois and King, which was paid for by Ram Clarendon. There was $3,000 additional dollars in addition to the initial engineering report. So this detention area is being completed and will be completed in compliance with the design as set forth and approved.
To be fair, I don't think that's what's in question right now. You're talking about how it's going to work post-construction, but they're here to complain about what's happening during construction. So you have a duty to manage things
That's correct.
as they're going.
But we
Yeah.
also have, should have the opportunity to know when something's happened. I work there every single day, and when it rains, we look. And they might have sent something to the planning board, and the planning board never said anything to us about.
But it sounds like you do know, because I don't know, you guys actually sent a letter, which I read, that you have been in contact with people complaining during construction, so
No, we were in
sounds like
contact
there's
with
some
people.
awareness.
Mr. Chairman, the letter that I submitted was talking about the sewer maintenance agreement that's been ongoing for many months, and that we hadn't come to a conclusion. That was one of the issues we were saying, that we're trying to get.
Right, but you also included statements about people coming onto your construction site to complain.
Taking
harassing, yeah.
pictures. No one was complaining
Well,
at the
but
time.
that seems to me, if they're doing that, it sounds like
Well,
there's something happening that you're aware there's an issue.
They
So
didn't
I'm
say
not sure it's a
anything
fair thing for you to say that.
I can probably shed a lot
Unaware.
of light. When we got this project approved, you can go, I don't mean to interrupt you, so.
I just got a question for you. So when North Point Engineering did your design, okay, they came up, I'm assuming, with a stormwater pollution plan for all your erosion controls. Somebody there, whether it's you or an employee, does a walkthrough, or should do a walkthrough once a week and after every rain event. And
After
you've
every rain
seen,
event, though.
you've seen zero penetration of any of your erosion controls?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
In that middle area where the wetland is,
Mhm.
because that high building is very high, we had an erosion control down the bottom.
Mhm.
So if you give me 2 minutes and to explain this whole project, it will enlighten you on what's going on. So we got this thing approved
I want to say 2 years ago. Before that, we were approved in '05 for 24 units. So there's an original silt fence from 20 years ago, black silt fence, that was put down there when we cleared the trees. So when we got this reapproved, people thought that that silt fence was for this new project, which is totally different. So that was one complaint in the very beginning, that there was erosion on the silt fence, and we're not doing anything about it. Well, that was, again, 20 years ago, and it's a total different project. The silt fence, some of it's still there, not eroded. So again, we got 2 buildings approved after the 24 units. We let the permits run out twice. And then there was nothing. I sat on it for 15 years or 18 years, however long it's been. We said, all right, we're gonna get this thing approved again, but we wanna do bigger units, nicer units, smaller project. So we had a little wetland area on the right side of the 3rd building that needed to be abolished again. We had it gotten rid of when we first did our first project, the 24 units. Well, it wasn't 24, it was 12, I believe, 12. So we had it gone, but we decided, let's not worry about it, let's get these 2 buildings in, and then if we decide to, we'll go for a 3rd building. So we have North Point do what they did for the drainage. Now, as you know, there's a culvert that comes across the street that was never taking the water that it should have been taking from the highway for the first 2 years. And we found that out after Du Bois and King went out and did a peer review, that the next day was also in their report that the DOT was out there putting in manholes in front, behind Sundown to collect water, because that water was just rushing through, not under the culvert. So if you look at our first plan that we got approved, the culvert goes across the highway, goes into my property, and then we have a detention area there that again goes underneath the driveway, and then originally spit out in the wetland area essentially, which now heads down towards Sundown. And that was approved, that was done, drainage was done. And they did have an issue, Sundown did. So in the meantime, we had these buildings built. So we said, all right, now we're gonna see if we can get this wetland, get rid of this wetland, then we come here and we do our thing. So now, North Point does we meet out there, I met out with Dean, North Point, somebody else, and we said, all right, what are we gonna do with this water? So we decided that the water should be not just pissing out in that wetland area, it needs to go underground and go to the lowest point, and the way the grade goes in the back of the property is it has a indentation and then has to go back up. Perfect, so he designed it, where now we have a manhole to the right side of the proposed driveway area that goes to another catch basin, that goes to another manhole, and goes out into the detention area. Now, also know that when this hole, and it was a massive hole inside, Rob knows the project a little bit, where the ferns were, when we got that wetland, got rid of that wetland, we had to build that up 16 feet to accept the foundation that was going in there. Now remember, we got approved in August 5th of last year. 21-day appeal period, we get a permit, we didn't start digging or clearing till November. Now that water, that drainage was done for the first 2 buildings, remember. We didn't do anything to it. That stayed just like it was. Now a foundation had to go in, now it's December. Foundation went in, backfilled as much as we could. We framed that with the whole right side being exposed, 16 feet high. Around the front of the garage could barely work because you can't bring fill in. It's wintertime. This drainage never changed from the time that we got approved until April of this year when you could work. My site guy came back, we took this pipe out and we put all our manholes in, and we ran it underground, and we put it to the detention area where the detention area was gonna be. So that water was going to the backside of the lot, where it's going now, and it's where it'll go forever. Then started bringing in fill. So that wall got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then what happens is some water did run off on that wall side. We have a silt fence along that whole, I would call it east side, that's where the sun rises, over there. So every day, or not every day, but every time it did rain, I personally would go around, because there's a silt fence in that middle area, which I should step back. When Danny came back and did the foundation, that middle area where the wetland is, we put a chinch wall around that whole thing to stabilize that, and that's when we stopped having a problem with that erosion coming down that hill into my middle building in itself. That was an issue. I was in there with 3 guys by hand in mud buckets, pulling the silt out of there, if Rob remembers that, with my lull with the mud buckets. So we've done our due diligence. Now what I want to get at is, so in April, when we put that underground drainage in there, that's been in there since. Now Danny left, my site guy. Recently come back the 24th of this month, which was last Monday. The detention area is finished. The right side of the building is graded and loomed. That wall on, that 16-foot wall on the right side of that building, which has 3 tiers, is finished. The driveway areas and parking lot area is ready for pavement, waiting for GMI. So as far as not doing due diligence for drainage, now, one thing that Du Bois said, that he wanted the gutter drains tied into the drainage, which both buildings, 226 and 228, are tied into it. That was all I think was the recommendations, but everything that we've been asked to do, we've done. And as far as not doing anything, this drainage was done 2 years ago. And since I got approved last August, started site work in November, finished, put the underground drainage in April, that water's been running to the south for as long as it should be. So you can't tell me that Du Bois and my engineer don't know what they're doing. So the drainage system that we have now is 110 times better than it was when we first did it, and it was done. We got 4 occupancies. Now, did the water go down there? Yeah, it's been going down there for as long as I've owned it, because there's a culvert across the road that created a wetland on my property. Now that's gone.
Would you consider the stormwater management system to be complete at this point?
I can't say it's 100% because I have to clean out because of the silt that's gone into my catch basin in my parking lot area. Now I got a foot of mud down there, so I got to clean that all out, and I got to put a basket in there. So I have finalized stuff to do, but that water's going where it's supposed to be going. And then when it leaves that detention area now, it's clean because of the riprap wall. So we've done what we can do, so.
There's been
And I'm-
significant improvement in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, and that's
significant
just
amount of
because he
work
came
done.
back. If he had come back a month ago, it would have been done a month ago, but try to
The,
get somebody to go there and,
The Du Bois and King report's dated August 2022. I mean, you certainly would have been aware that there had been some issues raised about stormwater at that point. That was over.
I don't know what issues were raised. My detention area was done. I had never an email, never a phone call. If somebody called you guys or emailed you guys.
You weren't aware that Du Bois and King was on site doing a third-party review?
I am aware of that, and
That was a year ago.
They have their recommendations, and I've done everything on their recommendations. And it had nothing to do with changing my drainage. It had to do with tying in my gutter drains into the drain that I just talked about.
Well, you weren't aware that this was initiated based on some complaints or issues?
Of course it is. I paid for it. I know exactly
Well,
what
I'm
it
saying
was.
That
Yeah.
contradicts what you said earlier, that's all.
I misunderstood your
Saying
question.
you
then.
weren't aware that there was any complaints that ever been raised.
Kalina just clarified, that report by Du Bois and King was a third-party review in order for them to get their planning board approval. It was not in response to.
To a complaint. Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
It's a peer
Okay.
review
Thank
report
you.
of the engineering plan.
The North Plain
prepared by
Engineering
North
Plan.
Plain
Okay,
Engineering.
thank you for that clarification.
That's about that's it in a nutshell. So once we did that 2 years ago, that drainage was done, and then we just recently, in April, put it across. So it should have done nothing else but help that, so.
How long do you think it'll be until the drainage system is 100% complete?
A couple of weeks, we're done. We're paving in 2 weeks, and once GMI's done, I loom up to everything and clean the site up.
So there's been
nothing-
a significant amount of work done in the last 3 weeks. At that time, we were saying, we're at the end of the construction phase. And that's, in terms of when you have an active construction site, people shouldn't be walking through it. I'm period. That's,
Scroll through these,
they
go to
shouldn't
the
be
left,
walking through a
see?
construction
So
site.
that's the front
That
of
doesn't
the
mean
road,
that
that's
it's not
ready for
working
pavement.
correctly.
That's the right
It
side of
just
the
means
building, that's
that
all loomed, that's part of the.
Tell
no,
us,
that's the
let
same
us
thing.
know,
And that's
we
the
had
detention area. It's all
significant
sanded, loomed,
communications
and
through their council
stoned.
that we're trying to finalize and still haven't finalized, so they know how to reach us.
My
They know how to
16-foot
reach
wall
us.
is like over here.
And work has been
This is
done.
the left side.
In the Du Bois and King report, the last item that they note is, and it says, once the remaining portion of the stormwater management system is constructed, Du Bois and King recommends an additional site visit be performed to affirm that the flow path from the proposed outfall location does not impact residential properties.
And Du Bois will be called, well, I'll probably have to go through planning board because you guys hired them. But they should be coming out next week or the week after. I need to get it paved and finish the site before they come out, so.
So the expectation isn't to do anything other than comply with the plans as approved and go through the process as is typical with the city. That, we will go through, tell us when, tell you when we're done, get the sign-offs as necessary and complete everything as per the approved plans. Nothing short of that. No expectation of doing anything short of that.
So right now, would Du Bois have to confirm that the plan
When I
works
call
before?
when I call and say we're ready for them to come out, you don't need to come out prematurely and have them come up with a list of things. Let me finish and
Right, I just want to make sure that
Well, but
the
that call
building,
you should be calling the
I can call
planning
them if you,
You should call the planning department,
Oh, the
and
planning
we
department.
in turn
yes, correct.
would call them.
Yep.
Well, just a general comment, we've faced this issue in the past where it's a question of how much of this was pre-construction. I mean, there's always water
You
flowing.
gotta remember, that drainage was done before I even started this building. And I
Right,
didn't
right.
touch that drainage
That's
until
why-
April
That's
1st.
why, and there's, even some indications in the Du Bois and King report that some of this water flow may have been pre-construction. And so my comments are being directed more towards the Sundown Association. And, and then how much has been caused by the disturbance of the development. It's always, we're not hydrologists, we have to rely on expert opinion. And again, some of the report, there's ambiguities in the report, so it's hard to determine how much is the responsibility of the developer and how much was pre-existing, put it that way.
But to get Du Bois and King out there, we have to be completed, and we're almost there.
Yes.
We're almost there.
Yes.
I'll contact the planning department, have them make the call and meet somebody out there. Should we talk about the sewer or not?
And in regards to the sewer agreement that, Mr. Chairman, you were referencing in terms of discussion with the town, that was the issue in terms that there wasn't any impediment to try to come to a conclusion for that. And our hope is that the board would allow us to come to an agreement directly with the city and let Sundown come to an agreement directly with the city, they could be the same. We have the format. We prepared the initial draft. It's, it's a fairly, inclusive, agreement in terms of maintenance, repair, and upkeep. And it's just a matter of, it seems like it would be in the best interest of all involved to have direct responsibilities of parties to the city, rather than having to have responsibilities of, our side with the other side, if there's not gonna be, we have a project that can't be, held upon the whim of someone cooperating.
Right, we can't be putting a business venture, not that this is business, but use it as a layman's term, business venture with somebody that we've been working with for 11 months and we can't come up with anything. So that's not how we work. We want to be able to just deal directly with the city and pay our proportionate share. And,
And just for the clarity, I did get some response today, and also for further clarity, the communication between me and their counsel has been ongoing. There's been significant back and forth, but there can't be conclusion until everyone says so. And we got back some information today, some response today that's more of at least a forward progression, but still not a completion. But it's a matter of concern in regards to the ability, a building permit to be dependent on us dealing with somebody who has no motivation to finalize. We've got a lot of motivation because there's a significant amount of money involved here in terms
Hold
of
on,
development.
I think staff,
What's the plan?
why do you have a question? Is that,
I presented that to Wes Anderson when I got that email. I forwarded it down to Wes. Excuse me. And Wes said that, and I will read to you from his email, I cannot support the idea of the agreement being between the city, he says us, I'm saying the city, and Rams Development, as we do not own the sewer system and cannot tell Sundown how to share the costs involved with the maintenance requirements. One issue that they need to resolve is whether the condo association, RAM, is responsible for any costs of the repairs to the Sundown Association system. We have several public sewer systems that go through private sewer systems to get to the public sewer system, and they want the city to pay a share of the cost to repair and maintain the private system. This is between the two associations, and they need to work it out.
so that's the city's response, so,
well, that's okay, but can we give them a little push? We got 11 months worth of.
what does that mean exactly?
Like,
Push?
we need to come
That's
to an
between
agreement.
them.
Right.
That's not
I don't-
something that involves the city.
There's still a public hearing, you'll be able to talk.
So bottom line, to go to the issue of the detention area, significant work has been done. We're going to complete it as per the plan. The plan that was then peer reviewed by Du Bois and King. We'll be notifying the city when it's 100% complete so that we can get Du Bois and King out there. So it's not that it's not being done according to plan, it's being done according to plan. And that's all we can do. You heard the chronology of time just coming from April through date, and that's what's happened.
And remember, we never touched that approved, water system until April, when we put it underground like it was proposed to in our thing. So we didn't change any water flow, we didn't change anything, so I hope that helps.
Yeah, we'll just have him talk during the public hearing.
I think he's got a comment.
Right,
There-
we'll just,
no, there's no public
we'll
comment.
leave it to the public hearing.
public
Well,
hearing.
I can tell you.
I understand, you'll have a chance to talk once we open public.
Because we do have public comment, thank you.
Right, so with that said, at 9:12, we'll open public hearing.
Well-
I'm sorry, you wanted to add?
Is this a public hearing?
It actually isn't, it's a compliance hearing.
Oh, so we can't have a public hearing,
I don't- Since
May I
it's-
address questions you've asked?
hold on, please.
I can answer many.
You'll have a chance to talk, I promise.
I know, it
This is just a
really-
procedural question.
It really isn't, I mean, the association is the one that requested the compliance hearing.
Right.
I don't,
So I guess it's just continuing of the hearing.
do we, I don't know, if I just wanted to, I don't know if I have a copy of the, I don't have a copy of the rules of procedure. Because that, the process for a compliance hearing should be addressed in there. Can you get to those from here? So let me just, she's gonna try to pull up the, rules of procedure, and then I can let the board know what policy the board has adopted with regard to compliance hearings.
All right, we can probably just ad hoc this then. We'll just, no? Just hold on, please. We have to figure this out.
Sundown has requested the compliance review. I think he should be able to.
Right, I'm just, it's a procedural question, should.
Well, yeah, outside of what you're talking
So
about,
I
public
guess-
comments.
Right.
I guess it would be at the board's pleasure, what the board would like to do.
All right,
Yes.
all right then. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to respond to the question of notification. Again, we're lay people. However, we did bring this to the attention of the zoning board and planning board more than a year ago. And that is our first initial complaint, et cetera, notification. In my estimation, if there's a paper trail, I'm gonna go back to April 19th, where we put in writing in an email to Dean our findings at the 59D unit, which this resident will want to talk to, and that was requested for action from the city. I was assuming, and maybe that when you notify the city of such a thing, that they would take action, go visit the site, talk to the developer, et cetera. So notification was attempted, and notification in public record is available. It is there, without question. Yes, I believe I said that. But the other point, 2 weeks ago, or thereabouts, July 15th, the city of Laconia, DPW, with Nate Garrett, put on an info session to discuss the whole issue and really introduce to the community. And there must have been 20 or 30 condominium associations there and others to hear what's coming at us. What is this? Because there've been rumblings and so forth about the sewer inspection business. Okay, we have an attorney. He is under tender or binder, whatever you call it, to address this. We were told over the course of the fall and winter that this was gonna get sorted out and there'd be a public hearing. There were no guidelines. There was nothing really flowed down yet from this is a EPA requirement flowing down as we understand. So we started this, and it was basically put on hold because we were waiting for this introduction by the city. Okay, and then we know that on the 24th, there was a city council meeting to approve or not approve funding of the inspection side, because we know from discussions with Nate that they have equipment to do this work. So we are aware of it. The rules are formulating real time. We have attorney. They've had some interaction. We don't know exactly how it's going to resolve, but I do know one thing, is that there is an easement that they're taking advantage of, legally, to tie into the Sundown private sewer line. It is not anything but that. And that ties into the city's sewer line on Ashley Drive. And we have it all mapped out, and actually Nate Garrett used our sewer line as the demonstration for how these have to be mapped and how that has to be understood as you apply for reporting provisions and so forth. So we're very well informed about this, but the rules of the road are still being established. Okay, so we weren't prepared to do anything involving a signature until this was at least introduced to the community in a professional manner. So that's where we are. We have an attorney, we've given him inputs, and that'll get resolved eventually, but we understand it is the Sundown private sewer line. Thank you.
Just to comment on that, I'm not even sure that that's something that the board can do anything about. It's a
Understood.
private matter, so, like,
I was just addressing what had
Right.
been brought up. Thank you.
so, you want it?
Thank you. My vision, I live in that unit that you saw the photos of. My vision was blocked. I didn't
Sorry,
hear-
what's your name?
It's Dr. Susan Geringer. My vision was blocked. I couldn't see which one of you said this is outrageous. Whoever did, I want to thank you. Those photos were taken in April. I was overseas. I got home in June, and that gunk was around my air conditioner 9 inches in height. And we dug it out. The erosion under my deck is so much worse than those photos show. Now, I wanted to answer your question. No, I had none of these problems before this development. I'm going to tell you, he talked Endicott, Endicott. I am on the opposite side of Endicott. Common sense can come out there and see what's going on. 2 years ago, one day, I'm in my living room. I hear this horrific noise, and I go back there, and he's taking out all this huge portion of my trees, to where it was like a forest. Now it's a big hole. Some of it's starting, the leaves are coming down. And I came down to the city and I got a copy of the easement. It states, just peruse it, it states whatever he takes out to get to that drainage system, he has to replace. He has replaced nothing. He took out all that root system, and you can see, just common sense, this is where this erosion is coming from. It has nothing to do with Endicott. Like I said, I'm on the complete opposite side. And no, none of this happened before he started doing this. So that's my issue with my unit. Thank you.
My name is Charles Miley. I live at 36B Nestle Down Drive in Sundown. I'm a member of the Board of Directors. I've appeared before this body several times. I'm sorry about the misrepresentation of fact that's gone on. For one, the runoff along 11B was a problem. We repeatedly asked the New Hampshire DOT to help us fix the shoulder runoff. And they said because of lack of funds, they couldn't. And then suddenly, in August of last year, they informed us that they were indeed going to do it. And that has substantially helped that runoff situation. That was at our request. There were no manholes done on the property by DOT. They did all the work on the 2 north and south shoulders of 11B. And that's because we have done these things. We have appeared before you before, and the problem has been duly documented in minutes and minutes of this body, and the developer had his lawyers present at all of those hearings. He knew full well what was going on. That's the truth. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Would you like to respond? All right. Discussion?
I'm going to repeat my request that we at least find out what our rights are in terms of handling this situation by a halt of the project until the
So
conditions are met.
are you suggesting that I contact the
City
legal
attorney.
counsel?
Yes.
Okay. If that's what the board wants, that we do want to vote.
So,
Cease and desist, is that what you're?
I want to know what our rights are. We may not do that. We probably won't do that, but we at least ought to know if we can do that.
Can I ask a question
course
of the
Go ahead.
applicant?
go ahead.
Did you obtain an alteration of terrain permit from the state?
I don't believe so. I don't recall anything like that.
If you have a site and the incremental disturbance is gonna be 100,000 square feet or more,
Well, we wouldn't have reached that requirement anyway, the 100,000 square feet, but I could check with,
with all components of the project?
I believe, yeah.
Because it seems like it's a pretty significant,
On the right-hand side only, so the left side had to get cut down, so, I could find out from Jeff Lewis if something like that was done. I wouldn't know anything about that, but, I don't know.
I didn't see a copy of it in the file.
Yeah, if then that's the case, then I would have to assume that it wasn't required, or he would have applied for it. Pretty sharp. Is that it? Thank you.
Just to restate, we will contact the city so Du Bois and King can go out and take a look at the site.
You'll do
as
that
complete.
right away?
Pardon me?
You'll do that right away?
We just said we've probably got 1 to 2 weeks left of completion about.
Right, but right now, they're stating that you're causing issues that should have been remedied right now.
Yeah.
So it seems like it would be smart of you to
Yeah.
get somebody out there to
You can call him.
get on your side.
I mean, that's fine, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, is that something staff should do, I guess?
Yes, we should do that.
Yeah, I mean, we'd be happy to have them come out whenever they can get there.
So is there even action that we should take now? Because staff probably should get some answers for us before we can even make a decision.
I mean, it's not a bad idea to know what our rights are anyway.
Yes.
So I would
Well, they
say,
can-
I would
yeah,
still
one
say
isn't
you can
exclusive
ask the
to the other.
question.
I can call Du Bois and King tomorrow morning and get them started.
Yep.
And follow up with legal counsel.
Just so we have it in our, we know what our rights are.
So does the board want to continue this to next month, or do you want to set up a meeting time sooner than that?
Meeting, what kind
What
of
is the
meeting?
pleasure of the
Well,
board?
a separate meeting
A follow-up meeting just for this.
Just for
just for
this?
this.
Well, it depends on when Du Bois and King can get out there. If they can get out there this week, then we could do it sooner. But if they said they can't get out there for
Right.
2 weeks, then there's no sense of having a meeting till they go out there.
So we have an inch of rain coming on Friday.
Oh, bite your tongue.
I know, huh?
That's not the first time this summer.
Probably not the last.
I feel like we should probably continue this until next month,
September, okay.
September.
Okay,
And depending on your results with communication with Du Bois and King and their timeline for completing the project, this might have reached a completion by our meeting next month.
Right.
Which would be good, because then,
I think it would be in the applicant's best interest that it's completed.
Assuming the project gets completed and Du Bois and King gets on the site to do an inspection, I would ask that Du Bois and King be present at this meeting, next month's meeting, if that's possible.
Could we
That's-
also make sure that they check the area that he cleared? That's the area it sounds like she's having the issue with. Could we just make sure that that's part of the, I'm assuming
I
it was
think
already,
that,
right?
they might want to, have Du Bois King speak directly to some of the residents at Sundown and get, direct input from them. All of these things are requiring a motion from the board,
Yeah.
so we can't just, staff go and do this unless the board motions and directs us to.
Can we also discuss the easement and the vegetation being replanted? Is that anything that we have purview over?
I'm not sure which,
The lady that
Very
spoke.
clear cut.
She mentioned there was,
Get to the
for
septic.
plantings. Is that what you're talking
it
about?
was part of a planning board approval, then yes, you could. If that is an easement between Sundown and the
a civil.
applicant, then it's a civil matter and they have to deal with that directly.
Okay, thank you.
There is an easement, so.
So, can you just list out these requirements, just so the board can hear it?
So the board is gonna make a motion to, let me, hope I got everything.
Sorry. Giving a lot of work.
Continue to September 5th, to allow time for Du Bois and King to revisit the property
And interview the residents of
and
Sundown.
interview the residents at Sundown as part of the review of the drainage system. You had something.
I just wanted to make sure that they were taking into consideration the part that they did clear out for the
Okay.
septic.
And that,
Or the
when they
sewer.
interview the residents
They'll
at
find that out.
Sundown, the
Correct.
residents at Sundown can share that information with them. And to reach out to the city's legal counsel to see what rights the city has to enforce compliance with the outcome of the third-party review.
Specifically, cease and desist.
Cease and desist, and also with regard to certificate of occupancy.
Yes.
So,
I moved that.
I'll second
I
that.
was gonna say, now that's your motion.
Wait, does anybody else want to add anything else?
No.
All right. Is
Give
there
a second?
for that motion?
I
There
second.
was a second.
All approve? All right, motion passes. Good luck to everybody. Hopefully this works out really well.
Sounds like the sewer maintenance agreement is between the two parties.
Yeah, we can't.
It's not,
No, no, it doesn't have my
Okay,
motion.
I assume they are clear about that,
Right.
hopefully.
My notes.
That's not something we're gonna do.
Okay.
You would think
So-
at 8 years old, I would have been smart enough.
There's a right of way that
Okay,
goes,
so,
Is this the backwards
starting
turn?
13,
but somewhere
department
down in
report.
here, there's a sewer.
I'm sorry, say again?
Down it connects to.
Yeah, we just finished
Here's
item
your sewer.
12, so now we're moving on to 13.
There's right of way right in through.
Well,
And- 'cause
Or do you want to push those to the end of the meeting and
yeah,
just
well,
have the state school discussion?
yeah.
Take the
So you'll just amend the order of the agenda, the board votes,
All right, so,
Yep.
and take up items 13 and 14 at the end of the meeting.
all right, so
I think what the issue was, is they.
we'll get to item 13 and 14 at the end of the meeting. So we'll move up,
And then built a third unit and never did.
item 15.1,
And now we're paying the pipe.
for the state, sorry? Guys,
Gentlemen?
guys,
Sir?
thanks. So we'll move on to the state school, presentation.
Okay, we need a motion
Oh, yeah.
to amend the agenda?
To amend the
I'll make
order
a
of
motion
the
to amend the agenda to move item 15.1 up to wherever we are at this point.
Well, why don't you move items
And
13 and 14 to
15
the end of the meeting?
Yeah, so we'll just move items 13 and 14
To the end of the
to the
agenda.
very end of tonight's agenda.
I'll second that.
All right, all approve?
I did something.
And now, do we need to make a motion to accept?
Now she can
Okay,
I mean, I feel like we
just introduce it,
We've
that
been the grumpy boys
she's here to make a
Grumpy boy.
presentation, a conceptual presentation regarding the state school project.
all right. So now we'll have a presentation by we'll let them get ready.
Introduce herself in a
Yeah.
second.
Conceptual review.
This is legacy.
Is this a conceptual review in part, for CUP for performance zoning?
Well,
The state school one? No.
no, it's just a general
Oh, okay, just a,
presentation.
just a,
Just,
It would state it underneath, like the last couple ones that say.
all right. You can start at your convenience.
Hello, on behalf of Legacy at Laconia, my name is Robin Alexander, and I'm here with my team. We've got Scott Tronchmontaine, he's our press release. We've got TF Moran, Bob Duvall with engineering. We have John Sokol with Hinckley Allen, our attorneys. We have Jim Wisniewski, he's one of the architect designs. We have Dale Adams in back here. She's one of our colleagues, and then we have Jennifer Faxon, and she's our Director of Field Operations.
All right.
And if you'll give me just a moment, we have to find the presentation on the drive. I want to take the time to say thank you very much for hearing us tonight. I know it's very late. We will try to keep this as brief as possible and share with you the vision that we have for the project. We found the presentation. We've got liftoff.
You'd think I'd known
All
it.
right.
Drink coffee before I come to these meetings.
Many of you are familiar with the state school, and it used to be the prison, and now it's referred to as the Lakes Region Facility. This is the beautiful land that is currently under contract with us and the state. It's 217 acres. It has approximately 30 buildings on it right now, and we're looking to preserve some of those. We're going to share with those in a few moments. Our original vision was to, when we first looked at this property 3 years ago, and we started working with the Lakeshore Redevelopment Commission, we started working with the city, we started working to understand what was needed. At that time, when we found this, we only wanted to put a hotel in there. We wanted to put a first-in-class, innovative, world-class resort, specifically for people with disabilities. So it would be 100% universal design, 100% barrier-free, 100% accessibility. For people with disabilities of all ages, of all needs that they had, and then we wanted to be able to create a place for having a comfortable vacation, for exploring new adventures, enjoying and participating in outdoor activities, and having fun, and experiencing life truly without barriers. And one of the reasons why that was so important to us is because Christy LaCroix, who's one of our partners, was married to a gentleman who had severe disabilities. She liked to travel, and it was very difficult to find a place for him to be comfortable when they traveled. So she thought, wouldn't it be great if we had a hotel that would be able to accommodate that? Because it's easier to find resort types of vacations for people with disabilities on the sea in cruises than it is in the land. So we decided we wanted to create a destination location for the hotel that truly embodied all of the different pieces that made an exciting vacation for able-bodied people. We wanted that for the disabled community. So we wanted it all 100% accessible, barrier-free design. Disabled travel is the fastest growing demographic right now in the travel market, and we're all just one banana peel away from joining that demographic. So we're all more likely to become disabled than we are to die prematurely. So we've partnered with and worked with a lot of the not-for-profit disabled communities and talked to them about what their needs were from a hotel perspective. And these are the top 10 that we've been working with, and they're looking forward to coming and having their conventions here in Laconia. This was our original plan 3 years ago. We built this out and we thought, well, you know, it's kind of 217 acres is pretty big for just a hotel. What if we were to also put in housing and other amenities that would be exciting for this particular property? So this was the iteration 3 years ago. Then, as we moved forward, we started to develop a little bit more definition. We started to go through the density factors to see, okay, what really can we put there and how feasible is it going to be? And then all of a sudden, we were no longer under the radar. All of a sudden, we had to go out for a request for a proposal. So we had to fight off competition. Up until that point, we were under the radar. This property wasn't in the market, so we had the luxury of time. Now, all of a sudden, fast forward to last year, and we no longer had the luxury of time. We also had to figure out how to prepare to do a proposal. We had never done a request for proposal on something of this magnitude, and we knew that there was going to be stiff competition, and so we figured out a lot of things, and we hired an amazing team to help us do this. We were invited to, once we submitted our proposal, we were invited for what they called the highest and best round, and that's where you come in and you say, okay, do I want to change the terms of the agreement that we've put forth? Do we want to increase our price? Do we want to change any of the terms? And we wound up winning the bid. We were very, very surprised, very pleased, and we had to pinch ourselves to say, wait a minute, is this really happening? And yes, it really is. So we built a phenomenal team. This is just part of the team that we have back here, and it's been a pretty exciting time. During the due diligence phase, we wound up having to investigate more about the Winnipesaukee River Basin program. We had to really look at right-sizing it. So can this project actually be supported if it's built out to the density that we thought? Originally, when we proposed this, we were somewhere in the 1,900 housing units and 200,000 square feet of retail, et cetera. So it was, when we presented this originally with the RFP when we won the bid, our proposal was much bigger than what we've actually, during the due diligence period, right-sized it to. And that's because we've learned more about the sewer, septic, water, all of that stuff. We've learned about the financial aspect of it, where finances are going to dictate what gets built, how it gets built. The feasibility studies are going to tell us how much can be built, how many units can actually be sustainable. And we also knew that this was in a performance zone, so we wanted to make sure that we built out according to what that would mean to Laconia for us to build out in a performance zone. We've been working with the city. We've been working with Mayor Hosmer, with Kirk Biotti, with, what was that? Yes, Wes Anderson. We've worked with a lot of people on this. We've even done a preliminary concept presentation to some of the department heads to see if they could come up with any red flags. Is there something that we're missing? Is there something that you don't like about this? Is there something we should be doing differently? And every one of them was very favorably received, including fire and police. We had to hire a team of analysts to be able to help us understand what needs to be built in what order, what sizing, et cetera. So we've learned how to understand the analytics. And then we also learned that the financing is going to dictate the density, the scaling, and the phasing of this project. And at all of this, we wanted to make sure that we preserved more of the land than some of the other developments that we saw proposed on this. So we are proposing to preserve 50% of the land in green space and not build on it. So I wanted to introduce Jim to kind of talk a little bit now about the vision of what we're going to preserve.
These chairs are so much more comfortable than a wooden bench in the back. You guys want to stand up and stretch or anything like that?
Go ahead and just hit this down button.
Okay, thank you.
For when you-
Yeah, my name is Jim Wisniewski. I own an architectural design firm in Londonderry called Interiors East. And what we're going to do here is share what we hope to do. I use notes, right? So, and one of those things we notice is that sometimes it's not what gets built, but it's what gets retained and preserved, right? So this is what we're looking to preserve, right? And here's a glimpse of some of the things we want to save. There are these turn of the last century buildings built in the early 1900s called the Cross buildings, and I just think they're beautiful, elegant, strong construction, right? Couple more examples. This is the Spalding building. We've got special plans for that. And below is an agricultural building of a more recent period. So this is what we're trying to save. We're trying to preserve these vistas of mountains and these vistas of water. And here's our existing site, for example. In the lower left is Winnisquam, and over on the right-hand side is Opeechee Bay. That vertical road is Route 106, or Parade Road. The line on the top is Meredith Center Road, and carving right through the center of the site is Right Way Path, right? And you know, our team has gone out to the site an awful lot, and I've done it too. I just wanted to learn more. I'm fascinated, I'm enamored by the site. And what I noticed is that every time I go there, despite the fact that it's overgrown, it's in serious disrepair, and it's full of razor wire, people are still walking their dogs, right? And they're enjoying the sunshine and the day, and that's what we want to preserve, right? So as Robin showed before, we've seen some other people's plans, right? And they all seem to be a little overbuilt. Some of them very overbuilt, real dense, a lot of housing, and nothing else, right? Obstructed sight lines we've seen. And one thing we notice is that Right Way Path, the building the street in the center, always seemed to remain part of the design. And everyone seemed to want to make that the main street. There would be stores, or it would be the main boulevard. And it divides the site. And what we're seeing is if people kept that street, there would be a lot of traffic, there would be a lot of concrete, there would be a lot of asphalt, and cars and noise and exhaust, right? But we had a better idea. So in short, what we want to do is turn Right Way Path into a park, right? It's this prime location. It could be the focal point of the property, and it's a natural environment with no exhausts, right? So what we want to do is make that the center point of our plans, and we'll respect all the buildings that happen around that. So so this park, let's go to the top of this plan. At the top is the ball fields.
Robbie Mills.
Rob, thank you. Fantastic. You know.
Which are not on the property, but it's just adjacent to the property.
Thank you. I'm lost. Oh yeah. So that is full of, it's green grass, fresh air, exercise, family, community, perfect neighbors, perfect neighbors. If you turn around 180 degrees from that, you're looking at a 3/4 mile walk downhill. It's a walk. This will be the walk in the park. What you're looking at, and you can see the white water tank, the existing white water tank. We want to retain this field. We don't want to build on it. What we want to do is turn this into a public venue. We could imagine festivals, chowder festivals, chili festivals, antique cars, art, brew fests, chowder fests. That's what we're hoping to do. So let's continue to take a walk down this greenway, is what we're calling this, right? We're intentionally leaving this empty at the moment. We're not putting any design elements in there. They will evolve. And we're looking at trying to do something that's changeable, right? It won't be steadfast. It could change year by year, right?
One of the things to point out on this is when you look at a lot of developments, even if they're smaller
Oh, come on.
One of the things to keep in mind on this is that this property has a lot of really old, mature trees in there. We want to preserve as much of that as possible, which is why when you see the ultimate design, shortly you'll see that we've kept those large groups of trees. We don't want to be the development where everything just gets bulldozed and raised, and all of a sudden it's just this sparse wasteland of brand-new construction. That's not what we're trying to achieve here, and that's why these images are so important, because that's our vision to deliver to the city.
Nice. Yeah, and it takes a long time to grow a 200-year-old tree. Maybe 200 years. So anyway, we're looking to try to fill this greenway with things like floral areas, groves of trees, water features, lighted walkways, pergolas. There'll be seating, benches, little niches where you could gather in smaller groups. It's 1 million square feet of park, right? So, and we're also talking about some picnic opportunity. In the middle of this greenway, it's 400 feet wide, right? And at the bottom of the greenway, it's 600 feet wide. It's 2 football fields, so plenty of room to picnic. And we want to take advantage of it and see people enjoy that. Taking a walk down the greenway, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back. Robin, you could help me out. We've got, starting from the top, we see the event field, and then we've got various types of housing. So
Yeah, so we'll walk you through the path, if you will, shortly, but we're starting at the very top at the athletic field. That's where the Robbie Mills Fields is. And as you come down through, you'll see different apartments and townhomes on either side of the green belt. And then as you go down further, that little white dot in the middle, just above where it says the Greenway, that's the Spalding Building, just to give you a reference. And the Spalding Building will actually be converted over into a museum that will show a time-lapse photography movie of the actual development of this project, but it will also go back and honor the legacy, the bad legacy or the negative legacy of when it was the old school and when it was the prison. And so we want to be able to show a retrospective of this entire project, this entire property, and make it open free to the public to come into the museum and honor not just this particular property, but all of Laconia, all of the Lakes region. And then as we go down further, a little bit south, just where it says agriculture and nature, the little building on the left that has the little nub on it, that's the warehouse building, or what they call the agricultural building. And that one will be converted into a fresh farm-to-table restaurant, a sit-down restaurant there. We may have a community garden where fresh produce can be used right off the site and used in the restaurant. A brew pub or wine tasting, something like that. That building is over 14,000 square feet, so there's a lot of things that we'll actually be able to do with it, but that's kind of the vision that we have. And then at the very bottom is where you enter from the 106.
we also have a retail component, but one of the aspects that I really like, that's well received, is you'll see our specialty hotel on it's the larger building on the right.
This was the one that was originally submitted. We've changed it since then, and we'll cover that.
Yeah, this is scheme number 15, as I recall.
Yeah.
So one of the things we like to associate with a hotel is a stage, right? Is it music? Is it theater? Small, intimate, fun place to gather with the gang. Go down a little farther, we've got a retail area. This, for example, is Merrimack Outlet Malls. And what we plan on doing is having this lifestyle retail area with dwelling units above, maybe 1 or 2 floors above that as apartments. So we're trying to include a little bit of everything into our plan. That's about it. At the bottom, I'd love to see an ice cream place. You know, I'm going to walk down that hill, right? I'm going to get the big ice cream cone, and I'm going to take the shuttle bus back up to the top. So that's what we have in mind, and I think it'll be a great day. So, you know, you get to feel the sunshine, you get to see the sights, you get to smell the flowers, you get to eat the food. There must be one more sense.
There's lots of other things.
It's-
You get to
it's
hear
ju-
the birds. And
There we go, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Hear the music.
And
So,
we'll share a little bit more about the full details of this, but this is the most recent density design. This is what they call a massing model, which allows us to kind of see, kind of in a 3D without any other types of visual in there, what this is going to look like when it's built out.
right. One thing we forgot is around the perimeter of the property, we're putting single-family houses or duplexes. And what we want to do is scale them to their nearest neighbors, like there are some existing homes across 106. We don't want those homes to be dwarfed by the McMansions. So we want to sort of ramp them up as we go around the site. So
And we'll walk you through, I see you guys all have the document there, so we'll walk you through what that looks like in just a few moments.
Okay, that's what I got.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jim. All right, so now that we've gone through the due diligence period and we've understood the engineering portions of it, we've understood the water and septic and a lot more of it, we still don't understand all of it, but we've made huge strides to really understand how to right-size this project. The worst thing that we can do is underbuild or overbuild. So that's why we've hired the analysts to help us with the feasibility and to make sure that we understand what needs to be built, in what order, and how much of each thing do we need to build out. So we have multiple different components in here, and I'm going to go through each one of these components for you so that you can kind of follow along on the map. So we have 62 townhomes. The townhomes are two, let me grab yours for just a quick second. Of course. Thank you. So the townhomes are to your left, right here. 490 apartments, and those are going to be detailed around the all throughout the different property, different numbers. Jim, can you grab my map, please? Thank you. And I'll walk you through the legend here in just a few moments. 144 upscale condominiums. 4 of them will be renovated and restored. Those are the X buildings. Thank you very much. Will be renovated and restored, and then an additional 4 more will be added, and that's in the area labeled C on your document. The 490 apartments will be a combination of Section L, Section B, and then above the retail in Section G. And that's 490 apartments. And just so you know, this is going to be an all-age level and all-income level and all-ability level village. And it will be self-sustainable, and it will also provide services to Laconia instead of deplete the services of Laconia. We want this to be a crown jewel, not just for you, for us, for the entire state. 65 single-family lots, and those would be for single families and or duplexes. Those are the ones that are labeled J, and they're all around the perimeter. Right here. So it's along Meredith Center Road, it's along Eastman, and then it's along the backside of the property toward Ahern State Park.
You said those would be single-family or townhouses?
Those are going to be single-family and or duplexes. Okay? We have 195 senior housing. We're still evaluating the density on that. That is labeled, on your map, it is labeled E and D. Be 90 independent living units. It'll be 69 assisted care units and 36 memory care beds. And that's in the section labeled D and E. In the retail space, which is labeled G, we've got approximately 86,000 square feet of retail commercial space, and we've got 170 apartments above that. So those are most likely going to be affordable. We have 3 tiers of properties, and that's going to be affordable, workforce, and market rent. And they will be interspersed all throughout the community. So we want this to truly be, I don't know about you guys, but when I was a little kid I grew up in a neighborhood where everybody's parents knew all the kids, and if you were misbehaving, they'd swat you on the bum, and they would call your parents. So it's kind of going back to that, and if you look at the demographics of today, the number of families that are living multi-generationally in the same dwelling has expanded exponentially because of affordability, because of healthcare issues, and it's just kind of the model that's going back. So we want to be able to create a village that people can be born into and have all the services that they need and be able to age through it the entire way. We want people to raise their children here, send their kids off to college, and have their kids actually be able to afford to move back into the community that raised them. We want to be able to have our teachers, our police, our firefighters, we want them to be able to afford to live in a place where they work. And right now, that's just an impossibility in most of the state. So going back to our original plan, we are putting the hotel in here as well, and it is called the LaCroix Experience. It's a world-class 200-room resort. It's also got a 20,000 square foot convention center. Not only will the the organizations that deal with the disability communities, not only will they be coming and patronizing on annual conferences, there's a lot of other ones that will also come and work with us and rent space, and it's going to be pretty exciting. We are currently working with 3 label hotels, and they're very excited. One in particular is the front runner, when I can't wait to announce that, but we can't just yet because we're still working with them. But I think you guys will be very pleased. This will have universal design, accessible, barrier-free design, and this is truly so that any person that is disabled and wants to go on vacation, they can actually go on vacation and feel comfortable, but it's not going to look institutional. It's going to look very comfortable, very luxurious, and things like grab bars that are typically very institutional and industrial looking, we don't have to do that. We can custom design them and we can have them be integrated. You know, I used to do fix and flips back in the day, and I used to say, if you can't fix it, feature it. So this is an example where we've been working with one of the top hotelier companies in the world, and we've talked to them about our vision, and they're very excited to do this. And the rooms only need to be slightly larger than what their normal footprint is, and it's really exciting for us to work with them. This will be an international first, world-class. There's nothing like it anywhere on the planet that is 100% dedicated for people to have universal design. It's a brand-new flag, so it will be our name by the big company. So it could be a Marriott, it could be a Hilton, it could be a Hyatt, it could be, but it'll be our name, the LaCroix Experience at or by. Just like Jim was talking, the green belt and the park-like settings, we want this to be a destination location so that it's going to be inclusive of not just all of the Laconia residents, but also the residents of the Lakes region and also New Hampshire and anybody else who wants to come and visit. I was quoted as saying the only gate on this property is the gate on the dog park. And one of the things that you'll notice as you look at this, every single little portion of the community has its own dog park. And in the upper portion, right near the Robbie Park Mills, we have dedicated parking for the overflow, 138 spaces. And we also have a dog park for the community. So anybody who comes in and wants to still walk their dogs, they still have the ability to do that. And each individual component will have its own dog park and pools for that area, so it's gonna be pretty exciting. In addition, in the green belt, you'll also have zip lines, pickleball courts, skateboard parks, mini golf, ropes courses, rock wall climbing, accessible nature trails, dog parks I just mentioned, looking into hot air balloon rides, hay rides, open spaces, and the grand field that Jim was saying, that as soon as you turn around from Robbie Fields, there's probably somewhere between 8 and 12 acres that we want to keep available for flea markets, chili cook-offs, crafts fairs. And really, one of the big important things is to conserve the wetlands. And so when you look at the design, there's some, light colored green areas, those are all wetlands that are currently in there. So that's one of the reasons also that we shrunk this down. Our goal is to build no more than 50% of the buildable area with, keep it green. Healthcare component, we already talked about the senior housing. Childcare center will be there, the assisted care pharmacy. In the commercial, we'll have medical office space. The commercials is all along the 106 or Parade Road. Quick service restaurants, which would be like a fast food restaurant, sit-down restaurants, a bank, gas station and convenience store. And then again, we talked about the Spalding building, which would be the visitor center with the museum. Just to elaborate a little bit more on our team members and consultants, we have Hinckley Allen, which is one of the premier construction attorney firms in the nation, and specifically a very high presence here in New England. They're also the attorneys for Tuscan Village in Salem, so they know how to protect us and to protect the city with projects of this size. Engineering, TF Moran, again, the top engineering company in the state of New Hampshire and perhaps maybe even in New England, but I could be biased there. Dylan Cruz and Bob Duvall are amazing. Communications, Scott Tranchmontaine, they're the press release people because I didn't know in my naivete that I had to protect myself from the press sometimes, and Scott's helped us to really manage this so that we have one narrative for everything, for everybody, so that the same voice is coming out, and we're just controlling the narrative on that a little bit more. We've hired hotel consultants, the Milan Group with Rob McCarthy and Tim Hogan. Again, premier consultants. Senior care, same thing with Eldon Munson. Eldon specifically just finished out Bowman Place down in Bedford, New Hampshire, and he built that out for a not-for-profit scenario. Our analyst, our chief analyst is Thomas Dolan. He's based out of Wakefield, Massachusetts. You've met Jim Wisniewski, and then the supervising architect of record will be Morris Schopf, and he's out of Salem, Massachusetts. We've already engaged with Greystone Funding out of New York as a HUD lender. We've been working with her for a little over a year, and we're very, very heartened and pleased with what she's talked to us about. With the insurance on a project of this magnitude, you have to make sure that we're protecting everybody on site. That's going to be USI with Dwayne Davis and Sean Hood. And then, of course, we have the core ownership team. All right, brief overview of the financing. I know this isn't within your purview, but a lot of people are saying, how are you going to get this built? Because the last thing you want us to do is get partially through it and go, wah, wah, wah. That's not gonna happen. So I wanted to share with you, we have private equity. The city of Laconia is a qualified opportunity zone, so we are opening an opportunity zone fund to help raise private equity capital that way. Working with Greystone on the HUD financing. They are helping us with the multifamily as well as with the healthcare component. We've already met with the state for the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority with the tax exempt bonds. We're still working with them on finalizing what those numbers are going to look like. We're working tax credits, low-income housing tax credits, new market tax credits, energy tax credits for the 45L and 75D program. We've already been meeting with larger banks. They've reached out to us, so that was pretty exciting. And then we'll also be working with local banks as well. So we're all on track for everything that we need to do. We're on track to be able to close. Then we're on track for the first entire year of operating capital for the initial, while we're doing the rest of the capital raise. So as a recap, we are providing housing for all level income and all age groups. We're providing jobs from an entry level all the way up through a professional tier. Jobs also for people with disabilities. Increase in property taxes, that's going to be something that I think the city of Laconia is going to be very pleased with when we finish building this out. It's a destination location that's going to help maximize the tourism revenue. Open spaces, open parks, park-like settings for different recreations, entertainment venue for the community, new business opportunities for new businesses to come in and utilize the spaces. and a new village that actually contributes to Laconia instead of draws on their resources. And finally, an international first world-class resort with universal accessibility. And in front of you, you have the image that we talked about. And if you need any further information, you can contact Scott Tranchmontaine or myself. And we're ready for your questions. I tried to go as fast as I could. I know it was late, guys. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for your presentation. Was glad to see it, finally.
When you, I'm sorry, go ahead, Bruce.
I just have two questions. One, you said senior independent living, assisted living, and memory care. What were the numbers again?
So on the, I'm just going to scroll back here. I believe it was 90 independent, 36 memory care, and the rest is
I think you said 60.
59.
59.
69 assisted living.
And did you use the word pickleball?
I did. I just wanted to let you know that when we did the department head meeting, and one of the ladies said, "Is that pickleball? Is that outdoors?" I said, "Yes." I said, "But we could have an indoor one too." So for the winter time. So
I think the young lady on the end and I would like to talk to you in more detail.
sounds great.
Thanks for
When
calling
do
me
you, when do you anticipate breaking ground, and how are you planning on phasing this project? What do you anticipate will be begun? What phase, what portion of this will be started first?
Okay, first of all, we have to buy it. So we're slated to close the middle of September. We may have some delays on that because we're waiting for some information from the state, and so as soon as the state finishes up with some of their stuff.
So the sale's not quite final yet?
Not quite final,
But-
but
okay.
we've removed all of our contingencies. We're on track to close when they're ready, so we're very pleased about that. Once we close, we will start working on removing the buildings that are clear danger, meaning they're already so dilapidated that they're not safe for anybody to be there. We'll cordon off the ones that we're going to start saving and doing remediation on, like the Spalding Building, the Blood Building, Keys. I don't remember all the names of them. That would be Jim that knows those names. And then we would have to do the infrastructure build-out. The infrastructure is somewhere around, what do you think, 18 months, 2 years? Yeah, so about 18 months to 2 years on infrastructure. That's where we remove all of the existing water lines and sewer lines and things like that, and then we build out the brand-new structure for the entire, including getting basically grade pad ready for the buildings. So that's going to be about 2 years. The next phase would be the first phase of build-out, which would be in the lower left-hand corner. It would be the hotels. So the hotel is labeled F and G. And we originally thought we were going to start building the multifamily first, but we need to build out this portion first in order to be able to get more of the people into rent in the area. So, and that's what the feasibility study told us. And after that, we're not 100% sure yet, but I'm sure it'll change. By the way, this is preliminary. It is conceptual. We are likely to move things around. We may adjust up or down on different density pieces, but by and large, this is what we feel very comfortable with.
Sidewalks, obviously a hot topic with the planning board. Because we like sidewalks.
Oh, sidewalks, yes.
So, the streets and the sidewalks in there, are they gonna be private or public?
This is an excellent question, and one that we've put a lot of thought into. We've worked with the city on this. We are going to build it per city standards, and we don't know yet if they're gonna be private or public. And that's something that we're gonna be working with the city on determining. But we have decided it's probably gonna be more money for us to build it with city standards, but it's better for us. It gives us optionality, and it gives the city optionality if they wanna come in and take it over. So, yes, it will have sidewalks. Not only will it have sidewalks, but it'll have this meandering walkway all the way down as well.
So I did see all the dog parks, and that actually got me a little nervous, only because when I try and get my dog into the vet, that's a challenge. So, not sure if, I mean, I know you're saying it's self-sustaining, but have you any thoughts as to an animal hospital in there, or?
We haven't really put any thought into that specifically. There is a location for a medical building, medical office. It could be shared, like a small urgent care with a pharmacy and a veterinarian. We're not 100% sure. Right now, we've just kind of earmarked usage, so it's commercial or retail, but we don't yet know who those tenants are. So that's very good
Just tossing that
input.
out there.
Nope, I love it. I love it. Yeah, and we'll also have it fenced off, so it's small dog versus medium dog versus large dog. So for people who have skittish dogs, they'll have an area. So I lived in California for 32 years, so I was used to the dog parks.
Any further questions?
Are you doing anything with green energy, such as solar?
Not 100% sure on that, green energy, solar. Yeah, there will be opportunities, I just don't know what that looks like yet. Right now, we're still in the conceptual. Soon as we get through that, I mean, we've got a lot of ideas that we want to tick off and be able to incorporate, but we only want to do it and share it with you if we know we can do it. We don't want to say, yes, we're going to do this, and then all of a sudden not deliver. That would just be horrible. We feel we have an obligation to actually deliver on what we have presented to the state and to the city. What concerns do you guys see, or what issues do you see that might be a showstopper for you? What haven't we looked at that you think we should have?
To be honest, I was hoping that you were gonna say you were saving the Spalding building for a community center.
It's very possible we could potentially do that, only because it's such a large building, and it's 3 stories. So it's possible the museum is in one, cultural center or community for another. This is all feedback we're looking to get.
Right.
So that we can incorporate. They're taking lots of notes.
Welcome center, cafe.
Yep.
So it's the first stop on a lot of tours.
We're very collaborative as a developer. We're looking to humanize the face of the commercial real estate industry, and we feel that we have a special skill set, and as a result, we have an obligation to provide solutions to things like affordable housing, workforce housing, sharing with the community. It doesn't have to be all about the almighty dollar. It just doesn't have to be. We are a for-profit developer, make no mistake about that, but we feel that we can still provide a lot of great services while still making a good living.
I just had a thought since you were asking for feedback. So you have the area B, and in B you have 304 units, and then you have the entrance exit through single-family lots. While you have, I know you don't want to cut through your greenway, but you have, it seems like you're kind of going more roundabout.
Yeah, so what we did was we created routes to get into the different communities along what we call a perimeter road. And we did that so that it keeps the traffic away from the green belt, and so that it provides pretty easy access in. It'll be easier for maintenance of the roadways. It gives you more to walk if you don't want to just walk during this little path here. So I think that there's a lot of benefits to the way that it's been designed out.
Just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
I know originally you had mentioned that you were going to leave the snowmobile trail.
We are still leaving the,
That's
yeah,
still
so
going to be a thing?
so per the purchase and sale, we have to preserve a certain area of the property for the snowmobile trails. We're working with the state right now on that. So there will be snowmobile trails on this. We're not sure right now 100% the location, but we've got it mapped out for what's in the purchase and sale agreement. So we're definitely looking to support the outdoor world.
So along Parade Road, I like the effort that you put into preserving as much green as possible, but it does look like that front is a lot of asphalt.
It does. There will also be a lot of trees in there. There's like little green dots on there.
Right.
That's going to be, and we're not just gonna plant baby trees this big. We're gonna look at getting the more matured foliage and plants in there. And this is just one conceptual. We haven't had our design architect really look at this in earnest just yet. But you'll notice between C and B, there's an entire swath up there that has all the mature trees in there, so we want to leave that in there. We're leaving what we can where we can. We're also building out in locations that take advantage of the topography that's in there so that we can disturb as little as possible when we're building out these different areas.
Right. If we could look into breaking that up a little bit, that would be great. Just, that's more than half that I see a lot of asphalt in that face of the park, essentially.
Yep, we'll take a look at it.
When you probably did some traffic examination, with everything going down here in this lower left-hand corner, is that gonna require traffic lights or a roundabout to be placed
It's
in there?
not. We've been working with the DOT and we've been working with a variety of entities so that we're only going to have the one main entrance, which is currently there at Right Way Path. I don't know if that'll be a signaled intersection or not. There's another signal way down on at Meredith and Parade Road. So we're looking to keep it, and this is also, we're working with the state to preserve the easement over to Ahern State Park so that we don't have to have yet another ingress egress on the 106. And so we've already shown this to the state of where things are, and they've been pretty pleased.
Okay.
I expected more questions. You're probably just tired, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's been.
Don't worry, you'll see us a lot more.
Well, for example, on the pickleball court, is that for residents only, or, so anything on here is for public, or do you have stuff for residents only?
We have stuff for residents only. So for example, if you look at number B toward the top, it's the little fourplex.
Yeah.
So it has its own pool. So that pool will be for the use of those tenants.
Okay.
Okay, as an example. Everything else, like things like the golf course and the ropes course, the rock climbing, we don't have everything shown on here. But the pickleball courts, the skateboard park, anybody who wants to use it can. We'll find an operator that wants to run this. I don't want to operate it at all. This is part of what I meant when I say new business opportunities for people who want to, run a new business in Laconia.
And then on the outdoor theater, is that a road or a walkway that goes?
That's just a walkway.
Okay.
Yeah. So that sort of orange thing is just a walkway so that if people want to go out for a walk, it's 3/4 of a mile from Robbie Mills Fields all the way down to Parade Road. And then from Right Way Path to the right-hand side over toward the wetlands, that's 2 football fields. And so one of the things that Jim had shown is this. So that's kind of, think of it like a small Boston hat shell,
Yes.
right? But also think of it like if people want to come and have picnics and they just want to, maybe we have like fireworks that go off there. People can come and sit there and have their picnic blankets and their picnics and just have a really good time enjoying nature.
Yeah, I had originally thought that was a road. So I was like, oh, it's right
Nope.
going through the audience.
No, and that will also be 100% universal barrier-free design so that we will have little platforms for people in wheelchairs to be able to sit comfortably outside. And the hotel is labeled F, so the hotel and the convention center and G, all of that will be built initially.
Hopefully it looks more like that than what's in the drawing. Because behind it's a lot of not scenery.
And we may add more amenities in here. We're still kind of, we really want this to be a destination place. They have these large inflatable balls that you can get inside and tumble down through. I think they're called Zumbies or something like that. And so we're just looking at a lot of different things to just have fun. Do you guys want to add anything?
Yeah, the challenge is to stop skateboarders from going about 95 miles an hour.
We still have some logistical things, a lot of logistical things to work out.
All right, is there any further questions?
What would you anticipate our next steps to be for the planning board? Right now, we just wanted to share with you the conceptual and see if you went, ah, or if you went, oh, yay.
Mixed.
Okay. Okay. What would be our
I like the
next?
spirit of what you want to do. I like that you don't want to overbuild.
Definitely don't want to overbuild.
Yeah.
No.
I think in orders of precedence of moving forward, I think you would need to do a conceptual review if you're looking to do a CUP for the performance zoning.
Okay.
So I think you would, a similar pen, what you just presented, requesting that CUP gives you the flexibility to move forward.
I think it would require more detail, though.
Yeah.
I think a little bit more detail is required because I think the public, the city, and this board is going to be very concerned with the phasing plan.
Of course.
I also think that probably ironing out the roads, whether they're private or public, is important because that's a huge increase to the city when you talk about the labor hours that go into maintaining streets and the complexities of the ownership that would be with that. So I think that would be a important thing to work out.
We're working very closely with the city, obviously.
Yeah, we've got
for-
some great leadership here. I'm sure they're pointing you in the right direction.
Yeah, they really are. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, when we have had this discussion with them several times. And that's why we made the decision to build to city standards so that we have the opportunity to either work with the city to have them take it over when we're finished or to just keep it private. So either way, I think it's a win-win.
And I believe I've asked this before, but as the Parks and Rec person, thank you very much. Are you planning on, your open spaces, are you planning on those being city-run facilities, or is that something you're going to?
I think it's still too early to know.
Okay.
I think we've talked about it a little bit. Do we want it? Do we want operators? Do we want the city? There's a variety of things, and we're very collaborative, so we're gonna do what's right for everybody and not just say, well, we're the developer and we're gonna do it our way.
Right.
It's just not how we are.
So, for instance, your pickleball courts, and I'll bring them up again. I know, you can all groan, pickleball. If you build it, they will come, right? And so, literally, if you were to build it, there's really not a lot of maintenance until, it's time for a little crack repair and things like that. You don't necessarily need somebody to, unless you're charging to use it, which if you dome it, you could totally do. But I just didn't know what your actual plan was for me to plan out what my future looks like as well.
With regard to the entertainment piece of it, we don't really have a cohesive enough plan for it. We're only just now starting to look for operators, for instance, for the senior care facility, right? I don't want to be a senior care operator, but, it takes a specialty talent and skill to do that, and I don't have it, and I don't want to. So, right now, we're looking from a very high level from the financing perspective. They're asking us, okay, now that we're this far down the road, now you need to identify who is going to be your senior care operator in order to get the HUD funding, as an example. So we're kind of making these decisions as the capital raise requires us to do it. Unfortunately, the financing dictates the design
No,
and
I get it.
phasing.
Thank you.
Almost everything in there requires performance, so.
Yep.
And I think detail, for me,
Mhm.
can't speak for anybody else, but a lot more detail about what's gonna happen would be necessary before I felt comfortable telling you, oh yeah, we'll let you do that.
Absolutely understood. Please.
I
This
could-
is Bob.
I'm Bob Duval from TF Moran, and I thought I'd share what I envision as next steps here for this board. As Robin said, we don't own the property yet, and she'll be closing in September. So what I envision is probably another conceptual meeting shortly after closing, when we actually, own the property and have assumed responsibility for the property. And at that point, we'll gather some more feedback, and we'll have some more details to share about infrastructure needs and things like the question about signals and sewer and water discussions with Wes. And then perhaps maybe even another conceptual meeting after that, but then fairly quickly, come before you with a master plan according to the performance zone. Because I think the performance zone is exactly what we need to follow here to make this a reality. And, I appreciate the forward thinking of this board in putting that into place, because that's gonna be very helpful to us. So we'll come back here for at least one more conceptual, and then a master plan for approval. And then after that, of course, then it's a matter of bringing forth the individual phases. And this will be like development pods that come forward. We'll complete a site design, we'll have a partner that's going to operate that facility, will come before this board with a detailed site plan. And we'll probably be here, 12 times or so over the next couple of years with site plans, starting with that.
That's all you're here, I'll be amazed.
It'll be much more, I think. We're gonna be really good friends.
Well, that will take care of itself. We'll be here as often as we have to make sure this is a success for everybody.
Thank
Can
you.
I ask a question? Sure. When do you expect to have the phasing of the project decided on? I think that knowing the phasing is something that would be helpful to the planning board.
That's something definitely that the engineers will be putting together in concert with the funding. So as an example, HUD wants us to do something in a certain order. We can't touch things on any parcel that's going to be HUD funded until we get the funding. So a lot of it's going to be dictated by when the funding is available, and when the funding tells us, you know what, you need to build this piece first and this piece second. We're still evaluating that right now. And a lot of that's also going to be dependent on, what you guys approve. And once you say, okay, we approve this in theory, then we can now go to the lenders and say, okay, now we've got preliminary approval, here's the next step, and then they can provide us the financing.
Have you done research yet in the demographics subcommittee moving into that
We have.
kind of development? And what's your projection for number of school-aged children?
That I don't have. Kirk, are you still here?
He's sleeping in the bed.
Come on.
No, that's still something that we're working on. We've been working with all the department heads have come in and spoken with Robin and the team. And we've been working with the superintendent on just trying to figure out, once they get their demographics done, they have a formula that they figure out, and then we'll march it out. So we don't have the answer through them yet as to how it will affect the schools, but we're working as one of the teams that's.
Are you also working with what requirements that's gonna bring to city services?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And again, as they phase it out, you asked the question about how the phasing is gonna go. That's important to us as the city staff as well, to know how that's gonna build out. Certainly if this was to all drop in today, how it would affect the city versus how it goes if it's a 10-year project. So, Amy was part of that with our department heads, and for that intent of seeing how it phases out.
I promise you this won't drop finished in 18 months. I wish it would, but no, it won't.
Well, I'm sure it won't,
I
but
don't
it
either.
just takes that long to, to get the funds for,
Understood.
improvements to facilities to meet needs.
As I mentioned before, we're really collaborative with the different communities that work in, and I think that Kirk could attest to that, Mayor Hosmer could attest to that. We've been very sensitive to the needs of what the community says they want, and we've tried to incorporate everything that they've asked for into our design.
Is there any communication with, like, current operators in the city in terms of kind of improving the feasibility of this? Like some of the projects you're proposing, like you could approach people who are already in the community that are doing these things, so. That's an
We've
idea.
already spoken with Laconia Housing, and they want to partner with us on some of the affordable housing components. There's such a long list of people that we've already been in talks with.
It's good to hear.
Yeah, like I said, we're collaborative. We're very different from the standpoint of being just a for-profit developer and only looking at the bottom line. We don't do it that way. We do it collaboratively with the communities.
All right.
The
Thank you
only-
for,
Sorry.
one more.
The only thing I just wanted to mention that stuck out at me was over on Eastman Road. There's parking for 138 spaces, and it was just one of those, wow, that seems like a lot.
That's the overflow parking for Robbie Mills Field, so that when you guys have different tournaments and stuff, that was a request by the city to provide overflow parking. In addition, that is near to the 8 to 10 acre parcel that we're keeping open for things like craft fairs and things like that. So we wanted to make sure that we had enough parking to accommodate that. Plus, it's also parking for people who want to, that don't live in the village per se, to come and use the dog park if they want to drive there from, the other part of town.
Okay, I was only seeing the dog park, and I'm like, that's an awful lot of dog.
We've put 3 years' worth of thought and consideration and collaboration into this project, and we feel that it's very well thought out, and although this may not be the exact final plan, we feel that it's fairly close.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
All set?
Yep.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. On behalf of my team and Legacy at Laconia, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
It's a late night for
All
everybody.
right. So we should move on to the,
No.
which one?
Did you try to?
This is the,
Yeah.
one more conceptual.
Clamping.
Oh, you read what I had to say there.
We're on 4 hours now.
All right, so we have one more presentation. I hope you guys will make it quick.
Sorry.
They've only been here for 4 hours.
Yeah.
They hung in
They
there.
deserve their time also.
Yeah, they did their dues.
Scratch is a good idea.
Oh,
I forgot.
we're gonna come over there and join you.
We're all getting drinks after this?
Yeah, you know what? I don't feel bad about screaming out, hey, Phil. Get my name right.
Yeah, what did he call you tonight?
Sue.
Twice.
Oh, yeah, you,
Susan Q?
yeah, you wait till we see each other again.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Thomas Selling here. I promise to be brief. This is just an update with respect to the conceptual planning for this project on 711 Weirs Boulevard. We came to you back in December. We had 40 campsites proposed. These are dome sites. And in the course of, through the winter and the spring, waiting for survey to get completed and so forth, a lot of planning discussion went back and forth. We came up with the concept of a mixed use on this commercial resort property. And so what's happening is we've removed roughly 3 of the campsites and added a central conference center / wedding venue in purple in the center there, round dome, a 70-foot dome at the top of the hill there to take advantage of the view down Paugus Bay. There'll be parking in that area. Also adding, in this area here, we're calling the wedding cabin. That'll also be a dome. And to the right, to the north of the, I'm calling the wedding dome, will be an observatory with a deck. Take advantage of the views and the sky and so forth. Highlighted in blue here are cisterns and concert consultant, the fire department. Turns out, I may have mentioned this at the last meeting, but your water system, Laconia, in this particular part of town is only good to elevation 600. There's fire flows up to that elevation. And so the buildings here will all be within that parameter for fire protection, but north or of elevation 600, into the center of the portion of the property, we had to come up with another means for fire protection, so we went with cisterns, and there'd be a well in this location here, to a pump house, either to be this location or up here. That hasn't been really finalized. We're working, best location with the well driller was where that goes finally. So there'd be potable water for the campsites from the well, but the proposed homes along Weirs Boulevard would be under city water. And what we're proposing, I'm sure it was in the packet, but I can have copies of, we have 3-story townhouses going in along Weirs Boulevard. Concept here.
Yeah, nice looking. Got some good developments coming in here. We're lucky.
We know we have some real challenges with this property with respect to grades. Some of the house locations we're showing here in red. This is a preliminary conceptual plan. We're working with the architect and the owner developer here is with me tonight, Kevin Hayhurst. If you have any questions of him, we can, he can answer those. In terms of the final placement of the homes and the driveways, we're working to try to get that a little bit more finalized, but this is just preliminary, just to let you know that we're looking at 37 campgrounds, a wedding venue with the domes, as I discussed, and 12 more lots along Weirs Boulevard with direct access to Weirs Boulevard itself. And one of the things the fire department asked for was a second means of egress for these homes along this area, so we put a cul-de-sac here to get access to those units there. Unlike these, they're pretty much at grade, and we're looking at these units here either having driveways from Weirs Boulevard or possibly, as I mentioned, coming off of this road here. It's just broken some of those final details. And that's just a quick update. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Any concerns?
I thought you raised your hand.
So,
He was serious.
I got you.
We have a lot of questions for that guy right
Yeah.
there. You can go ahead, but he's gonna stay.
What have we done now?
Will these,
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Reg.
will these townhouses be individually owned, or are they gonna be condos? How are they gonna be set up?
Kevin?
I haven't really thought that far yet. I was more going on this project. Those are just, my thought right now is gonna build one for myself. I offer my brother, sister, you know, so I didn't really have any intentions right now with selling them or doing anything. If I did build them, maybe even add them to that as short-term rentals, but.
Yeah, we just recently submitted a packet for subdivision approval on this project, and I made a representation there that we're looking at 1 lot development per year. He's got a big family, but he's only got so many resources that I'm aware of, to kind of build 1 townhouse at a time as opposed to building 12 like a big gigantic developer. So it's, So we're not looking at big traffic impact studies or anything like that. We're hoping that just one lot. And seriously, based on the topography and the ledge, realistically, it's probably gonna, go from south to north. Because in this area here, there's a rather dramatic retaining wall and some cliffs in there, so most likely that lot or lots might be ultimately just purchased as 3 and then one house built on it, but we're asking for 12 lot subdivision for the best expectation, and as finances dictate, then the ledge lots would get developed out there in the future.
So in your presentation here, you indicate that this would be a year-round
That's correct.
operation? So, obviously, water lines and sewer all have to be
Yeah, so-
protected against freezing. I'm sure you're well aware of that. I'm just,
That's correct. So these are domes on elevated platforms for the most part, but because the topography here, in all likelihood, depends on what particular dome, the front or the back of the deck is actually gonna be near or very close to the ground, so that would be easily insulated, so the water and the sewer would be insulated. This entire site, it was just by happenstance or a miracle, the entire site can be gravity sewered, and I was blown away by having discovered that. Steve Smith was hired a number of years, 10 plus years ago, to look at a big condominium complex here, and they apparently got so far down the road, and they didn't realize that they had a water elevation issue, but they actually got the sewer, 1/3 of his sewer is already constructed out there. It goes like this, all the way up to this point. And that's just amazing to find, that infrastructure right there readily to take advantage of. So we're able to gravity sewer the entire site, so I don't have to pump, or he doesn't have to pump anything. So that was just amazing.
you think you'd be able to keep these roads snow-free in the winter?
We're hoping
Big challenge.
to. We're hoping to. It's a real challenge, obviously. We have a 12% grade. Right now, the grade into the site is maximum is 16%. We'll cut that down to keep it a steady 12% right up to the venue itself, just so the snowplow and the person
I do it every time, sorry.
negotiating that will, just get a steady head of steam and just kind of move up through there. Again, as they mentioned earlier in the other project, they were gonna build it to city standard, in all likelihood to remain private roads, but it's something that could be discussed later on. So I planned for cul-de-sacs and hammerheads and turnarounds to comply with your fire department. We're staying well away from wetlands. There's a significant amount of wetlands on the property, and the site is so unique that it's steep, and yet there's pockets of wetlands that have developed, and I'll have an exact acreage during my full site plan presentation in terms of gross disturbance and impacts and so forth, and I do have to go before the DES for an AOT. That's a given, so they're gonna scrutinize the drainage analysis as well. But one thing I did mention in an earlier meeting, in the parking lot up here, we're taking advantage of doing some underground detention storage. So one of the things in a watershed that I've learned over the years is if you can detain the water and slow it down at the top of the watershed, I've got the engineering calcs, and I'll be happy to share with you, but right now, the model shows that the water running off between 2 and 3 hours, and I'm gonna slow that down to 24 hours. So it's just a way of lessening the impacts downhill. Anything else? Any concerns?
I'm just confident that these domes handle the snow load.
Yes, I am. They're in the Himalayas. They're up at the base of Mount Everest. They're rated at 100-mile-an-hour wind speed, and I'll get you the exact numbers on the snow load. But because of the unique shape, it's going to shed, and I've made provisions for that shedding of snow off the big dome. There'll be a 5 to 6 foot wide gravel drip edge off there with under drains tied to the drainage system. So we've anticipated dealing with that.
All right. I'm sensing no further questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you next month.
All right. Planning department report. So, I guess we'll get a planning department report now.
Huh? Is that? Were we on?
Planning department report.
Oh, yeah.
The only thing I have to report is I am working on the packets for the department heads for the CIP. I'm gonna be following up with the city manager to make sure that appointments on that committee are up to date, and we'll be getting that ball rolling fairly soon. And I think the first meeting for CIP is typically scheduled in mid-September. So I'm getting all that ready, getting things out to the department heads, and then we'll reach out to the committee members themselves to let them know it's coming.
All right.
Are you appointing, do you plan on appointing people to the board?
Say that again, please.
When do you plan on appointing board members?
Well, I think that there are committee members that are already appointed. I don't know what their term.
Usually they do them annually.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
because I
well-
won't be able to do it this year.
All right,
What?
well,
So
I'll take your
just
spot.
food for thought.
I'll
Conflict
be,
of interest a little bit?
Oh, I don't think it works like that
I'll
one.
be
Come
getting
on.
together with Kirk and getting some input from
Park,
him.
Parks and Rec, first 100.
Usually a lot of people from the zoning board volunteer to be on there as well. For members of the public, just saying.
Okay. We'll get it done.
I'm sure you will.
All right. Now for the liaison reports.
There were no meetings.
All right. So we can just move on.
Wait,
Or should we?
Motion to adjourn.
no, wait, are we still under old business or new business or whatever?
What
Well-
business?
Not on our
Oh,
end.
we do need to,
Because I think we need to talk about sidewalks.
yeah, we need to set an appointment for
Oh, yeah.
discussion for the sidewalks.
Do you want to do a separate night? Do you want to do do you want to meet like at 6 o'clock? For
Do
the
we wanna do
September
that?
5th meeting and have a half an hour? No?
Actually, I was wondering if we could pawn some of this off on DPW.
Say what?
I was wondering if we could pawn some of this off on DPW.
Why don't we wait for him to have the master plan?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Why don't we just have Wes do us a master plan for sidewalks of where there should be, I know he's like artery streets and all these other streets, how they, you know, and where we should have sidewalks, where we should have sidewalks on both
That's
sides
a
of the road and
great
whatnot.
Yeah,
And then we can,
essentially what we talked about.
then we can incorporate that into our master plan.
Yeah.
I suggested that too, but now that it's coming from the board, maybe that'll.
Yeah, I think, because I
But
think we should have.
I think he needs to come back and the board can have a discussion with him about that.
I think so too, because I think we not only need a sidewalk chapter as a part of our master plan, but also a bike trail. Because Lakes Region Planning Commission did a whole master plan just on biking trails, and I think that we as a tourist community should probably think about some of those things. And I know, there's other people that have spoken about doing a bike path thing up to the weirs, however they wanna go.
Well, Lakeport's is still in the works.
And they're also doing a whole WOW Trail expansion through Lakeport, and it would be nice if we could incorporate some of those features into
That
having a
whole
whole chapter.
sidewalk is gonna be 8
And
feet
we
wide.
adopt that as part of our master plan chapter, as whatever chapter, and bing bong, reference that in the site plan subdivision, and we don't have to worry about sidewalk waivers, like you're either putting them in or you're not.
It sounded like Wes was disapproving of, like, when we made the campground.
Because
over
it's
by the
it's
time we
isolated.
put a
to
sidewalk.
nowhere.
It's an isolated sidewalk, yeah.
You know,
It's not isolated.
Well, I think
You've
that.
got, excuse me, you've
Yeah,
got
sorry.
you got Fun Spot, you got the gin mill there, and you got all sorts
With
of.
150 campers, they're gonna be walking. they're
All
gonna-
over the place.
I drove down Weirs Boulevard today, and it's, why we let Aqua Marine across the street get away without having a sidewalk is beyond me, because I saw like 6 couples walking up that hill to go to Weirs Beach. And it's like, no sidewalk.
No.
Why do we say no sidewalk for that development?
But I think some of the problems he was raising is, like, the ADA stuff makes it difficult. for
I
it
know,
to-
it'd be easier to put in rinky-dink sidewalks instead of, you know, the Taj Mahal sidewalk, you know, but if you gotta do it, you gotta do it. I don't.
Wes also
Yeah,
spoke
but, I
about
think he has to
establishing an escrow
Yeah,
fund,
It's actually a federal requirement.
Yeah, he has
which
to
is,
comply.
I think, a great idea, but I think it's a city council initiative, if I'm not mistaken.
There are certainly that and a number of other things the city council has got to start to look at. I can tell you that there was some discussion about sidewalks, and there's some sentiment on the city council that we should stop waiving sidewalks routinely. I mean, if you, I think some of us think, if you can come in with a very good reason not to put in a sidewalk, okay, but it's not automatic, which is pretty much the way it's been the last 2 years I've been here.
Well, if
2
we
or
have
3
the
years.
funds, we can require you either put in the sidewalk or put the funds. But apparently DPW thinks it's a bad idea, so we should go for the funds until we figure out how we do this in a way that makes sense. So
Well, and
the
if
city
we,
council again needs to create the funds. I mean,
But are we legally allowed to even ask that question, ask them to do that?
I think we need to get the,
That could be another question to the legal team. Are we allowed to,
If it's
We can
designated
tax.
for an area related to the location of the property.
so if I'm in Weirs Boulevard somewhere, God, it's so long, and I'm not putting a sidewalk there for one reason or another, but it has to be somewhere in that region, the weird northern
Yes.
Laconia somewhere.
so,
like
I don't know, I
that-
guess they can create zones,
yes.
like
Yes,
where,
yeah.
yeah.
You'd almost have to do that to start with. But, you know, I think we ought to look, I think his idea of having Wes tell us what he thinks is a good place to start.
So, Hillingham coming back next month?
Yes.
Yeah.
At
so
6
this-
o'clock instead of 6:30? A pre-meeting meeting?
no, we could do 6:30.
Why can't we
I
get out
heard- I heard
earlier?
our next
Well,
meeting
I
is
gave a
pretty,
suggestion, but it fell flat.
well, it didn't fall flat for me, because if our next meeting is gonna be super long again, you know,
The thing is, I don't think if we have an earlier meeting that'll make the meeting shorter. I think it'll just add to the total time, so let's just keep it at 6:30 and then,
Yeah.
I'd rather
But I think
start
if we have that-
earlier and get out of here before midnight,
Yeah.
personally.
yeah, I just don't think it's gonna happen. I think we're just gonna have a longer meeting.
But I think that starting point from West, and then we can decide if we as a board want sidewalks more, we want it, if we don't agree with them,
It-
and then we make it our own.
There are a number of areas, and I've had some discussions recently, but, you know, impact fees. In the time I've been sitting here, impact fees have been given almost automatically, right?
So to back him up, so can we request a change, can we amend the zoning ordinance to remove the impact fees except for those that qualify under the state RSA?
I
So-
think that's being looked at now by, we're gonna have the ordinance and whatever it is committee start to look at these things. There are others. We give tax incentives to 51 Elm Street,
Yeah.
for instance, because he's gonna put apartments in. After we give him the tax incentive, he makes them condominiums and, you know, why have we given, so what I've asked the committee to look at is the idea of, you can have this incentive, but if in the first 5 years, you change what's going on, I think the tax incentive is 5 years. If during that 5 years, you do something else with the property, you owe us that tax money.
Or you get it in 5 years.
Or you get it, yeah, that's the other thing. But the only point I guess I'm trying to make is, there are several of us on the council who are starting to look at tax-related things, impact fees, a lot of things. I'll tell you one thing that bugs me, there's a couple of you here who know what I'm about to say, but when I first came on the planning board, on the city council, Armand Baldock was still alive, and he made a demand that before we sell the old fire station in Lakeport to anybody, they have to guarantee that the old hose tower would remain. The purchaser said, well, that doesn't fit our plan, but I've put a hose tower here. I still have in my file cabinet at home all the artwork done for that property. Every one of those pictures has a brick tower. It ain't brick now. And the problem is, the board needs to make sure that when we make a deal with somebody, it's put in writing. That's not their responsibility, it's ours to say, put this in writing.
I like the idea of delayed benefits.
Yeah.
Because I'm
I-
sure
and
there's
that-
ways to get out of it if they get it right away. And they can
Much like
figure
current
out.
use.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
If you got land in current use, you're given that tax deferment, but as soon as you take it out, you pay.
Somebody has to pay it back.
That's correct.
Yep. As the owner of some tax
Yeah.
deferred land.
We do.
I know. But, and, frankly, I'm hoping I die on my land, so somebody else can pay the tax bill, but.
So do we wanna stick
Alright.
with 6:30 or 6 o'clock next month?
6 o'clock.
All right, so
Pardon me?
somebody make a motion and then we'll just vote on it.
I like 6 o'clock only because I'd rather start earlier.
Made a motion,
Make a
6
motion.
o'clock.
All
6
right.
o'clock.
Second?
Second.
All right.
For the entire meeting or just this one thing?
Or do we want to have a working
You know-
session?
Work session.
Work session with Wes, and then start the meeting at 6:30?
Yes.
Yes.
That's
And
the
it's
motion.
a long meeting next month?
No, it's
Don't know
just-
yet.
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you
We don't
guys
know yet.
knew already.
Depends
No,
on who
stuff
shows up.
comes up.
It's gonna
like-
be Bay
like within
Street
2
next
weeks,
month.
right?
Yeah.
Bay Street's gonna be a big one.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you just, you
there's the
limit
crowd.
the
Hope
public
that goes
comments to
first.
3 minutes.
Yes. I'm not gonna be here next month.
Yeah, can we,
Calling in 6.
can we just put some of these first? Like some of those controversial
Yeah,
ones.
I almost think that that's better also, putting these big, making all these professionals sit here and wait while we have a, sorry for lack of a better term, but a bitch session, between a
About the
couple
water
property
draining
owners,
and-
I was almost embarrassed to have them sit there and wait for that session to go through before they had an
I
opportunity to
feel
come.
like the conceptuals should always be first.
Should we
Cause
make
we're
them always first?
fresh.
Let's
We're
just make
Also,
them-
fresh
them-
thinking. We looked like zombies.
We did, and we acted like zombies.
We didn't ask questions because we're too tired
Yeah.
and don't want to prolong this.
I mean,
anymore.
she even said, I really expected more questions,
Yeah.
and then I was like just throwing anything out to make us look
I was
interesting.
expecting more questions too.
All right, we need to vote on the motion.
Can conceptuals go first, or is there a law?
No, there's no law, but the planning board can also limit the time available for conceptual.
There you go.
Instead of an hour and 5
Yeah.
minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Because it's just a preliminary discussion. This is our general concept.
Why do they
So
want to
make sure we
have so
tell that
many
to
conceptuals without submitting
Charlie
an
when he's
application?
back.
Oh my God. I don't want to see them 3 times before they actually submit an application.
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of meetings to do what?
Well, I saw that one in conservation too. So they're really trying to get as much info as possible.
All right.
All right,
Maybe
so
they should have a planning trip.
We do have a motion. Let's take a vote. All
Yeah.
approve? All right, the motion passes.
To adjourn?
No, to,
Just.
Start, I'll have work session at
Start
6
work
o'clock.
session.
session at
Yeah.
6.
and,
Start the meeting, public meeting at 6:30.
Sounds good.
so we can adjourn the meeting.
I motion to adjourn.
Ah, you beat me.
Hey, is the city gonna provide dinner?
All right. Did we actually vote on this?
Bring me at least coffee. There's coffee in
All
there.
right.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job. You did good on the
No,
break.
no.
I failed on my first one. We made it to 11 o'clock.
Yeah, in the next room, we, the city council now has a